Fire for your mind. The culture clinician.
Nigga ass, loser ass nigga.
Your video with comments about
He's a
certain
loser.
other female.
Just to let you niggas know, we don't need y'all. We want y'all, but we don't need you.
20 years later.
Our black men, we want all y'all back. Because we love you, we see you, kings, and most importantly, we need you. And most importantly, we need you.
And most importantly, we need you.
You can't.
If you a that's for the streets.
You can't delete the ski. You can't delete the ski.
I know a who used to suck dick every mother night.
You can't
delete your
Hit that like button and share this stream if you're not a beta male.
When men fail to lead, the children rebel and the women
really
take over.
about who got money. It ain't really about who got money. When you go to Europe, when you go to China, when you go to these countries, when you look at the statistics, the Americans got the most of highest divorce rate.
Yeah,
it's not even close.
Morals.
Man, I should give me an international girl because they give their man and treat them like this and appreciate more. I need to play my percentages like, man, Germany, they 30%. Okay. Switzerland.
Well, maybe you need to go
10% of freight in Australia. New Zealand, 1%. Oh, damn, I need to go to.
So let me ask this.
Father and mother.
Just say, 中国女婿.
中国女婿.
Yes, that's you.
They don't want to cook no more. I wash my own clothes, I iron my own clothes.
What's wrong with modern women? Gone are the days where men get old-school love and reciprocation. Keith Sweat recently added credence to the conversation about how selfish and entitled modern women have become. Was he correct? It is a trend that's been getting more attention lately. And it's not just about men losing interest, but often about emotional exhaustion, unmet needs, or feeling undervalued. When men check out of relationships, it can stem from a mix of personal and relational factors: stress, lack of communication, feeling unheard, or even struggling with vulnerability.
You gotta bring son to the table to get son for me. They don't want to cook no more. I wash my own clothes, I iron my own clothes. I don't mind telling you, I'm single.
Out the country.
Us black men, I'm telling y'all, we need to follow in French Montana steps. You see, he cracking.
He's cracking.
He like, man, I'm out here with these. No, I'm good.
Don't listen to Paul. There's women in the States that are cool and a vibe.
Nah, it ain't. The States women, they don't have the same values as these women overseas. They value they man. They priority is they man first. They not shaking ass on Instagram every
Not
day.
every woman is doing that, Paul.
That's American women. That's the majority.
No, not every woman is doing that though. I'm not doing that. So
there's more women in America doing that than out the country.
I can agree, but they're out the country. Women are getting paid $25 to have sex.
Nothing, but I'm just saying, like right now, if you ain't taking a girl shopping, if you ain't got no bread, if you it's almost impossible to get a girl out here. If you ain't doing that, like you go overseas, you can get a broke nigga, right? Go overseas, he got a couple hundred.
He can get her because he got a couple.
He gonna feel appreciated. American women values, or us as American people values as a black man here, why would I want to pursue an American woman who thinks that if I'm not on the internet shaking ass or showing my body off, that I'm not cracking, because that's what the majority think. And that's what the majority do to just feel appreciated. Like, how do I even have a relationship when I'm dating a girl and she on the internet thing turning around?
You love to do the turning around.
Fall comes to us in its own time. Finders keepers, losers we.
Cognitive dissonance is a condition that happens for a myriad of reasons. Many times in modern America, men and women often do one of the following. They deny the evidence. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue to ad hominem attacks, meaning they attack the messenger instead of the message. And they will fight you or flee because they cannot hear what you are saying. And conditions such as this, tied into cognitive dissonance, often happens to those that have or lack self-awareness. They stay in a perpetual cycle of arrested development, exhibited by this.
My perfect man would be a tall, black stallion. He loves to cook because I'm not really a good cook, so that's his thing. He loves driving. He loves driving the kids to school in the morning. He's just really, really hands-on, with my kids. He's sterile because he can't have kids of his own, so he really cherishes mine. He's funny. We do movie quotes all the time. Every time we go around, we just laugh and do karaoke. He's smart. He is very good with the money. He takes care of all that, and he just lets me, make the beds and just do me.
Fire for your mind. Kosher clinician. Aside to become the kosher clinician, the story and the war cry behind the kosher clinician was similar to some of the struggles and the pains I've been through as a man. And some of you men are still going through that right now. There's a philosophical term called an existentialist crisis. Basically what that means is that you begin to ask yourself the question, why am I existing? What is the purpose of my existence? And I think that's the story of a lot of men that have not been more or less raised or under the tutelage of masculine men. One of the great indictments, guys, about the manosphere is that people assert and assume that the manosphere preaches misogyny and hate. But the manosphere is not a responsible and well-created asylum as the front to women or black women. But the manosphere was a response to the pain and suffering that many black men work on through and continue to go through as we speak now. Once again, gentlemen, we are going through our existential crisis. Our country is in trouble. Some of you are in trouble mentally, physically, and emotionally. And you're not ready to move to higher ground until you get the requisite help that's going to help you become the better version of yourself.
Real men put the strap down and we can toss them. This is our culture. Now we talking kosher. Clinician. All right.
There it is.
All right.
Now hit it for me.
And it ain't culture. 7 in hell is what they taught you. We'll put them, and you can back up in young dose. Culture. Clinician.
All right, stop that. All I want you to say is, if it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. Say that first, okay?
All right.
All right, you ready?
Start over?
Yeah, start it.
No. Okay, if it ain't 7, it ain't culture, and...
If it ain't 7, it ain't culture.
Okay.
Heaven and hell is what they taught you.
Okay, perfect. Do that again, but give me a little attitude. If it ain't 7, it ain't culture.
All right.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
And action.
Young heads picking back up in young dolphin. This is our culture. Now we talking kosher. Clinician. That was cool.
If it ain't 7, it ain't culture. Heaven and hell, that's what they told you. Real men put the strap down and we can toss them. Young heads picking back up in young dolphins. This is our culture. Now we talking kosher. Clinician, masculinity issues. Asking fathers who miss you. Mama drama don't kiss you. All a part of the ritual. This is how they get you. Separate the men, women clipping babies pretend to. Damn. Lovers, haters acting like vultures. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. Listen. Listen.
All right, guys, we're going to get into it. I got my man Ronin, the traveler, in the house, guys. We're going to have a very powerful show on the day. Ronin is a very talented guy, extremely funny. He don't even know how funny that he is. But I wanted to do this show, guys. The name of the show is It's Over. And it's over for a myriad of reasons. But one of the reasons it's over because many modern women have failed to understand and ask men what they want in relationships. And I've said it before in the past. I'm going to say it again now. You cannot have black love without consent. I'm of the opinion that the way the world is now, the way things are going, we're not going to ever get back to the way it was in the past. If some of you guys don't know, I lost my mother back in, I think it was May 20th. And it was very daunting for me, to say the least. But not only that, I think the tears that I was shedding in the death of my mom was the fact that it's over. And what we had from yesterday is never coming back into fruition again. And so this is going to be a very powerful show, talking about some of the cognitive distortions that you see in modern women, the urban trends that are going on, what Ronin is seeing in his travels in Dominican Republic, and how you need to move, but also the parasites associated with black men and those that are trying to stop black men from having what I call male sovereignty, but also living their lives on their own terms. So without further ado, I got my man Ronin, the traveler, in the house, man. Stand up, brother I love and respect highly and dearly. Let me add him to the stage. And so we got my man Ronin, the traveler, in the house, man.
What's up? What's up, family?
We got Sugar Bear in the house, guys.
Look, only the women can call me the Sugar Bear.
Well, you know, we're no homo, man. You know. But,
yeah, I got you.
But Ronin, what's going on, man? How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm doing phenomenal. Like look, besides my leg, I'm phenomenal. I'm doing great.
Right,
doing great.
No doubt. Roland, men are packing up and leaving Roland. It's gotten so bad, man. There's famous men like Keith Sweat, Stephon Marbury got him a Chinese woman. And men in general are just beginning to know what their worth is and what their standards are. And instead of modern women course correcting and making the proper steps to get the outcomes that they want, they continue to dig their heels down deeper and deeper. With AI taking over, Roland, with tribalism fomenting as we speak, there are groups now that are trying to get their own white only communities now.
Yeah,
you would think that some black women would come to senses and step the game up. But I would argue, Roland, if they do come to their senses, sadly, men that have seen the promised land like yourself, your eyes have seen, like Dr. King have said, you can't go back to the West. You can't.
Nah.
You've traveled and seen the world. Once you see beautiful feminine women, even the top women in the West don't compare to foreign women. So I want you to break it down, man, and tell me what you thought about what I said a few seconds ago.
Let me tell you this. Have you ever saw the movie 12 Years a Slave?
12 Years a Slave.
So look, in 12 Years a Slave, listen, man, this brother was born free, and he was born in New York. He played the instruments and all. And when they brought him to Louisiana, where I'm from,
Right.
he couldn't adapt really to be a slave. They did everything to him, but he couldn't get that freedom out of him.
Right.
He going back to the States and trying to date would be like 12 years a slave.
12 years a slave.
It'd be 12 years a slave in a modern era. Ain't no way in hell. Listen, man. And look, this is the crazy part about all this. I love my culture being from New Orleans and South Louisiana. I love it. I love our food. I love all of it. Boy, let me tell you though, the women are just too masculine. Look, I've tried before. Listen, I've tried. I tried to go back, and what I found was that many people in our culture, especially men, especially black men, a lot of cats are done. Yeah. And look, this is the twofold argument because
yes, sir.
I meet up with men every day who are waking up. They really unplugging from the matrix, like real life.
Yes, sir.
To go back to that vomit is crazy. It's crazy work. Like, anytime I do travel back to the States for medical reasons or whatever, I have a hard time adapting.
Right.
Because I'm so used to now feminine energy.
Right.
When I go back, even when I visit my mother, love my mother to death. I stay with her when I go back to the States.
Right.
They're very masculine, and I can pick up on it like a sixth sense. Like, even when I talk to my mother about certain things, like she gets mad with me when I say things. She say, I was on the phone with somebody from the Dominican Republic. It ain't had anything to do with her. She say, "Ooh, Ron, you're so rough." I'm like, what? I didn't raise my voice. What you mean I'm rough? She say, you told this woman, if she don't do what you say, don't call you again.
Right.
I'm like, yes, that's what I mean.
That's what you told her, right?
That's what I told her. I mean, what's wrong with that? That's how I see the world. Like, because if you're not, just like a job, right? If you work on a job and you're not doing what the bosses tell you to do, what that mean? Go get you another job. You get fired. So it's the same thing with me, with any woman or whatever, or even people that's in the social group. Hey, bro, we all got a part to play. You can't use me. You want something from me, I want something from you. Let's work together and build something. So I think in America, we've lived in a society where men have given their whole lives as the burden bearers of society. And now men are waking up and say, okay, I want something for my burden bearer. I help you. I'll look out for you, but I need some feminine energy. And when you've told people that they've been the queen their whole life,
yes, right,
they appalled if you say you need
sir.
to do the most minute stuff. You know what I'm saying? So no, I would never go back. I'm not going to be a slave again. I ran from the plantation.
So you ran from it.
I ran from it, and why would I go back to it? They can look. These women can hold signs up. They can have balloons. They can have a band playing in front of the airport. I don't want them. No, I don't care what, because I tell people all the time, a Dominican 6 beats an American 10 any day.
Y'all heard it from Ronin himself.
Yeah,
he said, and you know, Ronin, I call it beauty density. The beauty density is so strong in foreign countries, man. That is you've seen it. I'm sure it's mesmerizing for single men that travel abroad and they see it. But not only that, Ronin, the level of femininity is so strong and powerful. It takes things to another level.
Yeah.
You know, I got the title, It's Over, and I think that the title is fitting for the show, man. I want you to tell me your own words, Ronin. When did you realize when things were over in the West for dating and relationships? When did you realize things were over?
Sitting in child support court, and I saw all the men sitting in there. I said, boy, we cooked. And look, and before I answer that, let me see. I typed in something in Chat GPT, right? I want to read this. So I say,
go ahead.
So I asked Chat GPT, I say, will America ever change its unbalanced court laws, right? Chat GPT, this is an AI. It say, listen, no, not unless it's forced to.
Right.
It say, and here's why. The family court system is a business. Divorce, child support, custody battles, they feed the entire industry, the lawyers, the court staff, the social workers, and the government agency. Billions are made off of the suffering of men and the conflict. To fix it would mean losing a major revenue stream. Then look, it answered the question. It even went to another one. Politicians chase votes, and women vote way more than men. And they start saying women vote higher numbers than men, especially when it comes to Black people.
Right.
So as long as that's happening, and I don't want to really get into politics, but it show even a robot AI say that you have to force this to happen. So how many of us look? So you think that I'm willing to go back and fight with the court systems and all that after I'm already free? I'm like, why in the look? I understand. Look, my heart go out to the men who still in bondage.
Right.
But look, and I try to tell them, look, I'm in a free state now, telling you run. Come over here. I got you when you come over here. But I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back to get you. So that's how I look at that.
Well, listen, man, I'm happy for you, man. You've always been a stand-up guy, man. I respect you highly because you're genuine. You know, and in a day and an age, man, where it's hard to find, you know, so many people, they wear the veneer of being good people, but you know, they got their own agenda, man. And what are some of the backlash, Ronan, you've been getting, man, from those in the States about your declaration and your public outcry about the West being over, and you begin to live your life in your own terms? Because I tell men all the time, Ronan, I believe in a concept called male sovereignty. I believe men have the right to live their lives out on their own terms, on out into perpetuity. I think when men realize how much power they got, we're not talking about dusty dudes. Let me equivocate that. I'm talking about hardworking men like yourself, stand-up brothers that are honest. You know, you trying to, you know, you good people. You know, you want to take care of your family. But I'm not talking about guys, you know, that, you know, day and man and you know, got 5 baby mamas. You know, they cause chaos in the community. When you talk to them, they say, "Oh, my mama." I'm not talking about dusty dudes. We don't deal with dusty dudes on my channel, and I know you don't either. But I'm talking about men that are hardworking, blue collar and white collar men. They work honest, they work hard, and they just want a woman to show them love and respect. Because you know, one of the things I never understood, Ronan, is this: we don't have a problem calling out men that don't equivocate to what we think they should equivocate as men of honor and integrity. But when women critique men, they have a hard time critiquing women of that same ilk. They'll critique the men, but they never critique the women. Have you ever seen that in the colony? And if so, tell me what you think about it.
Yeah, I see that a lot because of the sisterhood. Let me tell you something, man. The sisterhood is strong now. I am starting to see women now on TikTok and all these things saying, hey, you know what? Feminism showed us the wrong way. I'm starting to see people say, hey, man, Marxism and all these things are the wrong thing. And look, just like I saw today, 300,000 women, you know, a lot of black women, and I'm not just picking them out, but we got to keep it a buck. A lot of the women in our community are tied to the government.
They're tied to
like jobs. They're tied, and I'm not talking about welfare as much as I'm talking about jobs. So with the new cuts and all that, 300,000 women lost their jobs because they, even the degrees that they get, they all tied to this kind of environment. And here's what I think some of them are learning. I was fooled. I was tricked.
Yeah. They were fooled and tricked. They were fooled and tricked.
They out and about. And look, you're going to see more and more of them try to come back.
Right.
But so this is, for to answer your first question, this is why they hate people like me. Because I get raw. Look, but believe it or not, I get more comments from men than I get from women. And just like the brother said, the pandering, like the pander, I call them Pander Express. The panderers pander so hard to these women because, and I understand it. A regular man, like Paul Pierce was saying, it's hard for him to have access to box, to say it nice. Because women have so many options.
Right.
But when they come here, all a man got to do is come here one time. That's it. His access goes through the roof. Not look, let alone Colombia, Thailand, Brazil. And they get free and they go back and spread the message. Because remember at first all the women was like, y'all passport bros are dusty. Nobody wants y'all. Nobody. If you don't want us, why you got to say anything about it? Like a person that, listen, a person that doesn't have a problem with something won't even comment on it.
I totally agree.
Yeah, you won't. But when you have a problem is when you comment on it. So that's the biggest thing. Now it's spreading. Look, let me give you an example.
Right.
A couple of weeks ago, I landed back in Santo Domingo. The airport was full of men, mostly black, but dudes of all colors, Mexico everywhere. It was full. All Americans with their blue book. They pull their blue book out, man. And these guys were coming for better options. That's the thing. So what the West tries to do, they tries to belittle it down to prostitution.
Right.
If a man wants prostitutes, there's plenty of them in the United States. The United States has millions of people. And if that's all you in there, you don't have to, you don't got to leave United States. But men are looking for better opportunity. Men want to come and be around a feminine presence. Because that's by you being masculine, you're going to be attracted to that feminine. That's what you love. But you know how good it feels to lay on side of somebody that's feminine. that tells you, hey, baby, you had a hard day. What you want to eat today? To ask you that. How many women in the United States ask you what you want to eat? You know what the women in the United States used to ask me? I'm hungry.
I'm hungry, right? Right, and you're gonna hear Simps Smalley, Simps Smalley saying, you know, black men and American men have been so conditioned to follow a woman's agenda to the point they said, we're not asking you to cook and clean. That's just normal stuff, Ronnie. You live in DR. I want you to tell the guys about your girlfriend, how she cooks for you, how she cleans, and it's just normal. It ain't no big deal. It's no badge of honor. It's just normal stuff.
Yeah, it's just normal. But let me say this too. You always got to put, because people always like to take the outliers and stuff. Look.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
There are feminists here. There's feminists. There's women who think like that here, who don't want to do that, but they are such a small number. They are women who will use you for money here. There's women like that here. But there's also some of the best, greatest women you will ever meet in your life here. And it's a difference in men who come here too. Like when you just come in here for that action, you know where that's at. But when you really come in here for something serious, you can find a woman here who's going to cook for you every day, take care. Now you're going to have your responsibility too.
Right.
You're going to take care of your, like, I always got to tell men, some men crave traditional relationships, but they're not traditional themselves. They grew up in broken households, and they feel like I ain't, man. Look, I was talking to a guy the other day. He was dating a Dominican woman, and I'm gonna continue, but he like, she want me to pay all the bills, Ronan. I'm like, Ninja, the bill's $473. Like, you can't pay $473. I mean, really? I mean, like, that's what he was complaining about, $400 and something. So I'm like, bro, so maybe you're not as traditional as you think yourself, because that's, to me, that's I drank more than that. That ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree with that. And you know, I've always said, Roland, you're gonna laugh at this. You know, I'm from the old school. When my dad married my mama was a virgin. She had no kids, and I would say my mom was mostly wife ready. And overall, my mom, you know, of course, being human, she probably makes some small gaps, but my mom had no out of wedlock kids. All her kids were by my father. And I've always said, Roland, and you may agree or disagree, and that's fine, but I'm not paying all the bills unless you are wife ready, you're a virgin, and you ain't got no kids. Now, I'm a prorate it based on how many men you've been with. If you've been with, say, under 5, you know, I might pay 90%. You know, if you've been with 7 or 8, we're gonna do it like an 80-20. But I'm not paying full price for women that have given their virtue away, because what I'm saying, Ronnie, sounds crazy to a lot of folks, because we've gotten so far away from the old ways that making those kind of demands sound crazy. But let's think about it. You being from Louisiana, me being from North Carolina. You from rural Louisiana, I'm from rural North Carolina. That was the standard, Roland, back in the day. Roland, that was the standard. Being a virgin, wife ready, and no kids, that was the standard. We know there were outliers, Roland, where some women had kids, but even those women back then that had a child or two, they were grateful to get a man that would take on them and their kids. And they didn't count it robbery to cook a man a meal. But now you got women that got 4 and 5 kids by different men, and they counted robbery, Roland. Watch this clip. They counted robbery, Roland, if a man say, if a man say he ain't gonna, if he ain't gonna pay all the bills. Hold tight. Where's this clip at from this woman? Hold on for a minute, because this woman this woman is crazy. Hold tight.
My perfect man would be a tall black stallion. He loves to cook, because I'm not really a good cook, so that's his thing. He loves driving. He loves driving the kids to school in the morning. He's just really, really hands-on, you know, with my kids. He's sterile because he can't have kids of his own, so he really cherishes mine. He's funny. We do movie quotes all the time. Every time we go around, we just laugh and do karaoke. He's smart. He is very good with the money. He takes care of all that, and he just lets me, you know, make the beds. And
you got subpar women making demands, and it's gotten so bad, man, that men they just suffer. They just deal with it, you know. I came out of high school, Rona, back in 1990, man. I'm Gen X. I call myself You got old X, you got middle X, and you got baby X. I'm middle X. I'm class of 90. But if you have a bunch of kids by different men, or you were sleeping around, and we thought they were sleeping around in Gen X, but they were better. I didn't look at you.
Yeah.
You didn't get no airplay. Women that gave their virtual away weren't seen as worthy as the women that respected themselves and respected their bodies. Correct me if I'm wrong, brother.
No, you're right. Let me tell you, man. I went to school on the West Bank of New Orleans in a school called West Jeff, and if a chick had a baby back then, nobody wanted her. You know what I'm saying? Who want her? Who want? Look, I always looked at it like this, man. Do you want like we say cold drink? You want a cold drink that everybody them sipped out of already? No, I don't want no cold drink. Everybody them sipped out of already. You know what I'm saying? So that's no, man. No. Now look, do they have single mothers here? Yes, I got a video coming out about the differences because I done dated single mothers in the United States and dated single mothers here. It's a way different experience.
Thing. Yes, sir.
Look, I had to tell a guy this. One of my brothers, he was scared to date a woman who had a son, right? He had a bad experience dating a black chick in the United States who had a son. Even though the woman did something wrong, the sons wanted to whip him. You know what I'm saying? He almost got into it with the sons real bad because they're like, that's mom, you know, black dude, mama, you know, what you say about my mama?
Hold on, Ron. I got one for you, man. Since you said mama, hold on for a minute, Ron. You're gonna laugh at this one, Ron. Hold on. I got one for you. This I call this day. Hold on.
Put chain on the balls on my mom. Maybe mom. Kill some of my mom, bro. Like, that's on my mom. That's on my mom. That's on my.
That's on my mama, Ron.
Yeah, on my mama. But look, that's the truth. Look, that's the problem. So he was scared. He was like, dude, look, I talk to brothers every day. I mean, when I tell you I got a full-time career now talking to men, look, I got your career. Look, I talk to men every day about these issues. I'm like, man, it's on you. Look, being a man who have kids, I don't really care if a woman got one. You know what I'm saying? I don't want a woman to have a gang of them, but
right.
It's different. And I was telling him, look, man, it's different. He said, what's different? For number one, the laws. Dude, in the United States, I know people who have been stuck having to be attached to a child that wasn't his.
Right.
Boy, I know 3 or 4 guys who had to pay child support knowing that the kids wasn't his. The judge knew the kids wasn't, and the judge still said, well, that child knows you and you make more money than her. You need to take care of that woman. You need to continue to do that. Dude, I remember when child support is a mug, bro. I remember when I was in child support, and I remember my kid's mother didn't even have a place to stay. And the kids was, listen, she didn't have a place to stay. She started staying in her mother's garage. Look, garage. And I had a 3-bedroom house, and the judge still wouldn't give me my kids. You hear this? This is America. This is how crazy, just like ChatGPT said, it's such a business.
It's a business.
Look, let me say it. It's even a bigger business than we think.
Yes, sir. I agree.
Why do you think that they want all these single mothers and they fill the jail cells up? That's what they, bruh. If we don't realize what they're doing, bruh, you got the court system making a lot of money. They're building multiple prisons.
Yes, sir.
We like some automatic chicken nuggets being made. You know what I'm saying? We use some automatic chicken nuggets for
Yeah,
bro. We feeding the economy. Listen, from slavery to now, we still feeding the economy.
Right.
We feeding the economy. Look, you know what? We're gonna fill these jail cells up. The government gonna give us money for these dudes coming to jail, and it is not just a black thing; it's a single parent thing. Because
right.
When you look at the all the people who are incarcerated, whenever people talk to them, most of them came from a single parent household, whether they're white, black, or whatever it was, Hispanic. That's one of the biggest factors. But here's the thing: anytime that we talk about these things like that, there's a simp brigade.
Oh, we're gonna get into it.
They like Dolph. Do you know how, look, you know how the emperor on Star Wars walk with the cloak? He got the dudes with the red and they got their own license. Bro, that's what we got in our community.
I totally agree.
They take care of Big Keisha. They take care. They holding her down. And I'm like, man, and you want me to go back to that? Hell no.
Right. But you know what? I might have to do a show called The Simp. Like the emperor has no clothes. I'm gonna have to do a show called The Simp Has No Clothes. Because what Simps don't understand, women don't respect Simps, man. Simps are really invisible. Women might not like what Ronin the Traveler is saying. They might not like what I'm saying, but they respect me at the end of the day because I'm honest. And if men would start getting back, which it's not going to happen in this lifetime, Ronin. This world is getting crazier and crazier and more bizarre. I believe we're in the last part of the last days. That's what I believe. But I don't see Ronin. Look, from 90 on up to now, it's gotten progressively worse. We've been having these conversations, Ronin, since the 90s with Geraldo, Sarah Jackson Raphael, Sherazade Ali, Ricky Lake, Kevin Samuels, Rolanda, and people just think, oh, we're going to change. No, your conversations ain't going to change something that's systemic. And I'm going to break it down, Ronin. Because the great teachers, Jesus said, you can't take new wine and put it into old wineskin. You got to change the system first in order to put the wine into the wineskin. And so it's nothing wrong with wishful thinking and hoping for better. But me being a licensed therapist understands systems theory. It would take a total de-evolution in order for this country and world to re-evolve back to what it was. It would take some of cataclysmic event. And AI is doing this. We predicted this in the manosphere years ago that AI was going to take over jobs. And listen, Roland, if AI does take over jobs, you're in good shape because you're smart. You plan ahead. But a lot of folks ain't smart. Most folks ain't even got $500 in their savings account, man. They don't have $500 in their savings account. Most of them are in debt trying to impress other people. But you know, Roland, I just got me another car, man. I got me a truck. I got me a 2006 Yukon Denali, man. It's nasty, man. I think I showed you the picture of it.
Yeah, I seen it. It's great.
It's great.
It's great like Frosted Flake. It's great.
It's great. Right, like Frosted Flake, man. I got the 20s on it, man. It's nasty. And I'd rather drive one of them older school trucks, man. Even though the newer ones got all the technology, give me an old school truck any day. But guess what? I'm debt free, man. And so with AI taking over now, it will behoove most men to live beneath their means and don't get caught up in trying to please and impress women that have not been raised to respect and honor you as a man. Once men understand what their power is, Ronan, then they can start demanding what they want in relationships. Most men don't know what their power is because they've never been in communities of masculine men. That's why the manosphere is such a threat. That's why they don't like men coming together, because they don't want you to know how much power you got. They don't want you to know that you can get better if you do the work. Just like you talking about doing consultation, guys, y'all need to come see me as well as a licensed clinical therapist. Start doing consultation. Do consultation with the kosher clinician. Do it on the traveler. Because some of you won't. You want to get ready to travel, but you're not ready to travel. If you can't recalibrate your mind, you're not ready to travel in foreign countries. Is that fair? Is that a fair assessment, Ronan?
Yeah, because if you're a simp in the United States, you'll be a simp over here.
You're gonna be a simp overseas.
Even more so, because let me tell you, man, like that feminine energy here will hit you like you've been in a wreck in a car. Like because like a lot of men, they have never experienced it. It can be a drug, my brother. Imagine a person that first hit that cocaine. Like I had uncles and stuff from the crack era and they told me, and I asked my uncle one time, man, love him to death. It make me laugh. I say, man, what made you like that? He say, man, I gotta laugh. Go ahead. But I gotta express it real.
Go ahead.
Look, my uncle, I love him to death, but go ahead, man. He been like on drugs his whole life. I said, man, what? He said, man, I hit it, and when I hit it, it just took over my whole body. I love how I felt. That's how real feminine energy is.
True feminine
for a man.
It's intoxicating, man.
It's so intoxicating. Look, just now, my lady just bought me a beer. She came and just bought me a beer. She saw my other one and picked it up. She in here cutting up mangoes right now off our tree. I had to get used to that, bro. Look, I realized something coming over here on my first trip that I had never had a feminine woman in my life, bro. It took a while for me to realize. I done had women who had some feminine values, but I never had a real
feminine
feminine woman who will caters to me. That her when she wake up in the morning, she's like, he's the breadwinner. I want to make sure he's happy, make sure he's good, and all this, bro. So when men come here sometime, they latch on to the first woman they see, and it really is game over. And no matter what you tell them, I say, bro, that might not be the one for you. You need to chill out, man. Explore a little bit. You don't take the first woman you see off the plane and say, hey, Ron, I'm getting married next week. And it sounds stupid, but cats do that all the time. And then they find out, hey, man, this woman was a prostitute or she was this or that. Then they start saying, hey, man, Dominican women are bad. I'm like, whoa, bro, look, it's not Dominican women. It's you. You ran with the first woman you seen because that feminine energy is hey, bro, for a woman to come cook you a full course meal and then give you some loving at night and then have your bath water, man, you sitting there so happy you can't believe it. And you go back to the United States, that's all you're thinking about. Then she gonna hit you with it, bro. Here gonna come $50.
right. Because it was
Papi, you know. And when a woman call a black man Papi, oh, Papicito, they calling you all that. Boy, you start to wiggling a little bit. And look, brother, that $50 is you start with $50. My mom, you know, you say, okay, man, I got you, baby. $50 ain't nothing. Big Willie style, because you done already showed her where you live at. Look, you couldn't wait to go show her. Like what you say, you got that Yukon? Look, a lot of look. So then what the brothers do, look, they go back home, they show them their Camaro, their Yukon, or whatever they got, baby. I got an Audi. Then you show her your 4-bedroom house. Look, he got his phone like this. He's walking around showing her the house. And a lot of these chicks, they look at that and they say, damn, he is better than me. And she gonna say, hey, baby, well, I see you doing good. You sent me $50 yesterday. Today I need $65. He gonna sit back a little bit. He like, yeah, I got you. You know, I got it. He gonna send it, and he'll keep sending and sending it and sending. And bro, they done drained him. Now that's the danger in it of that feminine energy. So I always like to show the other side. But if you're a real cat and you listen to people like me and other people tell you, hey, bro, that woman gonna like you anyway. You ain't gotta do all that.
Right.
You ain't got it, because that feminine energy is cocaine. And I tell people, box is cocaine in the United States. Box is a hell, like Rick James say, cocaine a hell of a drug. Coochie is more of a hell of a drug.
No, it's true. It's a dopamine hit. And you know, one of the things I see as a therapist, Ronin, that hurts me, man. You got men paying all the bills, they hardworking men, and they have to schedule intimacy with their wife.
Yeah.
Some of these women call themselves so-called Christian women. Or if not only that, the men are working hard. They're trying to take care of their families, and they don't get no satisfaction. They don't get no pleasure. They don't get anything. But yet, when they were single women out in the streets before they got the man, they gave their bodies to random men for free. Now the man has decided to marry you like a fool and to make you his wife. He got a broker for something that's supposed to have been his for free in the relationship. No different than him putting his life up on the line for you. But what's happened now, Ron, is always the standards change for the men, but the standards for the women don't change. They want modern expectations and traditional expectations. Men can't get both. We got to always be traditional. And that's the problem. Let me read these cash outs real quick, these super chats real quick. And shout out to my homie Gregory Scotland. He said Trump is doing an undercover way to level the playing field. He is restructuring the position that many women have had. The government doesn't have that kind of money anymore. We'll talk about that in a minute. Shout out to my brother.
Yeah, I want to talk about that.
Yes, sir. He said, salute. Busy on the grind. I'll check later the show. Shout out to my brother Top Gun. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm showing some love. He said, I was just discussing this with brothers last night. If Zaddy removes all these incentives from women, it will compare to countries of women who have to compete without Zaddy resources. And that goes on in foreign countries. Shout out to my brother, I am Aaron Hall. He says, salute. I enjoy spending time in Southern DR, La Romana. And
it's awesome.
Like, what's that? La Bahiba Entrabando. I don't know how to say that.
That's all southern places. Someone close to Punta Cana, someone close to Santo Domingo. It's all good.
Okay, gotcha. Shout out once again to Gregory. He said, prorated, one of your favorite sayings, subpar women who have high expectations of above par men. Yes. And then also shout out to Dr. Dunn, shout out to that dear brother. He said, salute to the big dog. Take some of my sandwich money, sandwich gang. Shout out to my dear friend, Dr. Dunn. And shout out to Quiet Faith for gifting me with one membership. Shout out to my brother, Quiet Faith. But let's get into it, Ron. We're going to have a great show, man. This is going to be good. Me and Ron got a lot to share, man. We got a lot to break down. But, Ron, let's talk about the parasites that are trying to stop the passport bro movement. There are parasites, Ron, and I'm sure that they've tried to more or less, challenge you and shame you as well. Let's talk about these parasites. And shout out to my man Mujahid for that $10 cash out. Shout out to Mujahid. Let's talk about the parasites, Ronan. We're gonna break this. This is gonna get real funny, man. And then we're gonna get into the video with Paul Pierce. I did a classic video. So let's look at the parasites, Ronan. Y'all gonna laugh at this. This gonna get good. And me and Ronan, we're gonna break this thing down. But Ronan, let's talk about the parasites, man. Make me a sandwich play set. What do you think about this this little I don't know what they mean by that. Make me a sandwich play set. But
I don't
understand that.
Wait. Look like they're showing a bunch of foreign women, and maybe they're trying to joke. Well, they're not clowning us; they're clowning other women. They're clowning. Like, look, and here's the thing, too, man. People we don't like politics. Politics has a lot to do with it. They have taught women in the West that making a man a sandwich is a bad thing.
It's a bad thing, right?
It's a bad thing. So
right.
That's code words for telling women that you're a slave. But look, many people don't understand where this feminist Marxist stuff come from.
Yes,
I was watching something the other day, and it was saying that they were interviewing a ex. Let me put my 10-4 Yankees hat on. But they were interviewing a ex KGB person from Russia, and what they were meant to do, it was a husband and wife. They went on college campuses, and they told women that they were enslaved. They started teaching them Marxist views and these things.
Right.
Yeah, they started teaching them these views that if you serve a man, you're a slave, and they're trying to put you back in the dark ages. And this stuff them pushed over. So that's what that is. So that make him a sandwich is saying that you're subservient and you're a slave. And meanwhile, because of AI, you think it's a slaughter now. I'm heavy in AI. I got multiple AI channels. Bro, look, I watched something too about people in McDonald's in California who push for that $20 an hour. Now they automating everything.
Right. Automating
everything.
Right.
They're automating everything. These people are losing their jobs like crazy. Y'all think they hate us now? I reckon, man, that they're gonna try to change laws on the passport bros. This is something.
I totally agree, Ronan, because the passport bros is taking away revenue. And I'm gonna tell you something, Ronan.
You're an enemy of the state.
You're an enemy of the state. Me being a therapist, we use AI for our note take. I don't know 100% if AI gonna take over therapists, maybe a couple of years, but that's why, man, I'm working like a runaway slave, man.
Yeah.
I got my tongue out like SpongeBob, man, in the sun, man. Because I'm trying to make my money and plan for the worst, man. And what people and men don't understand, the older you get, there's a such thing called ageism. And folks now, even with degrees, are having a hard time finding jobs. Am I right or wrong? They have a hard time finding jobs. And so if you're not in a career, or you're not more or less focusing on a career, or trying to at least being stable, they're actually telling folks now, Ronald, don't quit your job, man. If you got a job, don't quit it. Because it's hard to find another job if you quit. Now, around COVID, there were more jobs that were more abundant. But they're not abundant anymore. And so can you imagine some of these women, they haven't planned, they don't have a husband. The same ones said they were strong and independent. They looked their nose down on average guys. Now they are seeing those guys as being attractive. But see, a man like yourself that was married to an American black woman, had kids by a black woman, you're saying I can never go back to being treated subpar again, because like Dr. King said, my eyes have seen. Your eyes have seen, and you can never go back to that kind of living again. Let's go to this next to hold tight. Hold on. All right, so passport sis. Let's talk about passport sis, Roland. Let's talk about passport sis. Why, Roland? They don't have the same options as passport bros, man.
I give you. Let me tell you, I'm friends with a few passport sisters here. I've met, cool with them. And you know why? One of their biggest, I can't speak for every country.
Right,
I can just speak my experiences. Look.
Right.
Man, let me tell y'all, man. One of the first women I met, and look how I became friends with her. Look, she lived it. They moved, her and her husband moved to Santo Domingo. Look, I recorded this story time and I never put it out. But look, bro, they moved to Santo Domingo, and within 2 months, he was gone. He left her, and she stayed in Santo Domingo trying to date.
Right.
It just wouldn't work. And here's why a lot of passport sisters, they're too masculine. And look.
Right.
A Dominican man gonna look at her as a lick. They talking about we the lick.
Right.
Oh boy, they the lick. Boy, I forgot what they call it. It's stanky panky, hanky panky. They drain them women so dry. And listen, these dudes see beautiful, and let's just face it, man.
Right.
We have beautiful women in the United States. You got a lot of beautiful sisters, but they can't compare to these women over here, man. Nothing. No. Oh hell no. Not even. So you want I'm just talking about Dominican public.
Right.
You want to come over here to where beauty grows on trees, literally.
Beauty grows on trees, right.
All you can offer is your resources.
Right.
That's it. All a Dominican man will see you as is resources.
As a resource, right.
Well, look, well, us, we're gonna be seen as resource, but yeah, we've seen as resource in the United States. We don't care because we getting something, because we getting something out of it anyway. Look, women used to not having to do nothing but exist. Women just gotta exist. You know this, man. But when they come over here, no, you gotta bring something to the table. You know how they talking about? Oh, I bring something to the table. Oh, you come over here. You got to bring something to the table, mommy. You just can't go. You got to bring everything. And you know what? Fernando go drain her dry.
They're going to drain her dry.
Oh, Fernando go drain her dry. Look, I done met so many American women over here that them asked me to hook them up with Black American men. Oh, man, you don't know Ronin, you have any friend? He not for you. I tell her, no, he ain't gonna do it. No, I don't. I won't do it. And I know damn sure I know Sergeant Sasua. He just in here. I know my boy Sarge ain't gonna do it. I know all the Black American men, and even my white American brothers that I know, my Canadians, that they don't want the women from their countries.
Right.
They don't want it. They came here for a reason.
They came for a reason, right?
Yeah. So them passport sisters in every country are taking L's for the same reason. Right. Everyone I have seen say the same thing. I guess it's time to go back to the States because nobody want me. They all tell me the same thing. Everyone I've met.
I believe it. They don't have the same rights because those men are masculine men. You would never disrespect a Latin man. I mean, I was in Brazil twice, man. I was in Brazil twice. I was in DR twice. Punta Cana the last time for training. In the Gottman method. And in Brazil, man, I remember a woman was getting slick with her mouth. The guy yelled at her and she started crying and she was quiet. American men don't know how much power they have. They tolerate a lot of disrespect. The women are rebellious. The children are rebellious. They don't respect their fathers, a lot of them. They don't respect their husbands. And Ronin, a lot of them might be trying to lead to the, you know what the portal is, right? The guys be like, after careful consideration, I decided to forego my last 4 years of eligibility at LSU. I'm going to UNC Chapel Hill. So Ronin, I've been trying to lead the guys out of the SEP portal, man. I'm trying to get them out of the SEP portal, and I take them to Man University. When they be getting mad at me, and they'll come to me sometime in clinical sessions and say, I've decided to forego my last couple of sessions, and I will no longer be seeing you again. And so when I try to lead them and tell them what their power is, they have been so heavily indoctrinated into being weak men and agreeable men that they continue to compromise their power, when the only thing I'm trying to do is to let you know that you have a lot of cognitive distortions that you need to work on. And stop letting a woman emotions lead you. I had a woman come and practice. Actually, a couple, they reached out to me. They said they chose me because the husband said that a lot of times when he would go to female therapists, they always blame the man. They would always blame him that he was the problem. Shout out to my man, Scream at Your Boy. Yeah, man. Maybe we'll do a show at some point, man. This is a scheduled show with my man Ronin. It's already scripted, but I'll definitely tap in with you at some time. Screen at your boy. I'll do a special show. Get in contact with me. Send me your email, and I'll let you come do, and we'll chop it up, brother. Shout out to my man Brandon Clark. He said this is a good one, Coach. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to Greg with Scotland once again. He said Gloria Steinem never disputed involvement of the CIA in her magazine nor feminism. But you know, when you look at this passport says, you know, she's one of the most strong, them strong Greek women, a Delta, by the way. I know what them passport bros are doing. What's been your experience, man, dealing with them sorority chicks, man, that are masculine?
Oh man, I had a lot, but I wanna give a shot because I see Sarge in the military.
Yeah,
Look,
so
this
right.
man, Sarge Sue is an awesome brother. Let me tell you something, man. I gotta say this because the first game I got, man, at the time I was living in Harvey, Louisiana, and my best friend's dad had been in Vietnam all his life. And dude, this guy would teach us. Now, my friend had problems with his dad, but I wasn't the man's son. But I would listen to him like I was his son. This man taught us so much about women, bro, because he had experienced it being in Vietnam and Asia, and he had been in the military. He'd been all over Asia. And he would tell us all the time that there were other women in the world. I just never forgot it. And then he grew something in me that his own son didn't hear. And my boy never got to experience. He ended up dying. Somebody killed him in New Orleans. But he never got a chance to experience how we able to do now. So I made it my point, man, to always push that men, there's other women. Just what you're used to is not the end all be all. Like I see men suffering so much. Look, when I'm in the States, man, I go in the post office, Walmart, Popeyes, anywhere. I see black dudes, man, with some of the worst looking women, man. Hey, bro, I'm just like, dude, look, I just want to run up to him.
The Zorro mustache.
Man, bro, like, you ever saw School Day? He's like, wake up. I just want to grab him. Wake up. I want to let him know, look, bro, there's so many other women that you can deal with than the women that we be dealing with in the States, man. And like these, like they reign supreme, man. Like they like Cobra Commander. Like I see these women, bro, in the States, and it just kills me, man. That I'm so glad I had masculine men around me. My father, my grandfather, Mr. Nat, just my Uncle Mac, all these men are, and I realized that this is what we need in the community, and that's why the government is keeping this away.
Yes, sir.
From men. Well, imagine if all of us had male role models. Really,
male role models, right?
Do you think Black America would be what it is right now on a political level, on any kind of level? We would be, boy, our community would be rising. That's why they broke up the families in the 60s. Like, and bro, people way smarter than us know this stuff. They study this. They know what to do. And that's why you have people that shame you when you start, and when you come in as a man and say, hey, man, you need to do this, whether it's a passport bro type thing, whether it's a man say, hey, man, we think for ourselves politically. And I'm not telling people be Republican or Democrat, because me, I'm an independent. And I tell people all the time, hey, but think independently. When you do that, you're the enemy. You ever realize that? You're the coon. You're the what? Anytime you try to wake people up.
Always shaming language, man.
It's always shaming language because Big Shirley sits on the throne. And Big Shirley's just not a woman. It's everything that's oppressive about society. You know, we're back in the day, my grandpa, he called it Mr. Charlie. I call it Big Shirley. Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie sitting on my back. But let me tell you, bro, society wants to keep us in this parallel loop where we keep spinning and we just creating electricity. Like you could put the hamster on the wheel and just keep going. It's just a sprocket. And you're just creating electricity and you keep the system going. But when people like me say, hey, bro, there's another way, that's when the problem is. Oh, bro, you're trying to mess up now you're stopping the electricity. That's when you become public enemy number one.
Yes, sir.
So to answer your question about sorority, I'm going somewhere with this. Like I brought it all the way around back to the sorority. Most of the women that I've been able to date in the United States have been educated in sororities, aka whatever. That every woman I damn near had. And my problem has always came down to how we saw the world. Back damn near to the politics. And I didn't see the world through a victim lens. I saw the world through war. Look, I grew up in the late 80s, Miami Vice, Conan the Barbarian, even He-Man. I grew up with that kind of thing where I grab a sword and fight. I didn't grow up where I cower in the corner and let some woman stand in front of me. No, I'm doing it myself. I'm not the kind of guy that gonna cry on the ground and say, "Mama," you know. I'm gonna get up. Like my dad raised me to be like this, bro. You fight for yourself. So that's a contradiction to how a lot of women grew up today. They didn't have dads. Like brother said, yeah, brother Kevin, A-team. I grew up with that. The A-team, Mr. T, them. Like we grew up more masculine. Like Kevin, bro, you don't know what you're saying. That Miami Vice A-team thing, we grew up so much more masculine.
Right.
It's hard for a woman who came from a different environment to interact with us positive. They're gonna say we're being male chauvinists.
Male chauvinists, right?
Yeah, we're even if you date a younger woman, you're a predator. They say these things that a lot of women use on weak men to keep us like in bondage. And no, I'm free. I was free in the United States. Look, I was free before I got a passport. I was free, you know. But that's the problem, man. Like that was it with the women I dated, bro. I had a doctor. I'm talking about. I made videos about Heather. She was a beautiful doctor, but she felt that kind of way. Like me and her felt completely different. I had a lawyer. I done had other teachers, and we would, when it came down to social issues, we saw it different. I'm like, what about men? She like, I'm like, I thought about men and what we were the ones getting gunned down. We were the ones. I'm like, many daddies but they thought about the sisterhood. And I'm like,
always about the sisterhood.
Always the sisterhood. They don't give a damn about the man.
Right.
They only thought bad about men because of the stuff they went through with their dad. And they saw all of us with a target on our back. And one woman, and like I've said this many times, that doctor I was with, I tried to discipline her son, not even in a bad way. Just he fell on off the little hoverboard. I said, "Hey, Corey, man, get up, man. You don't need to cry. You know, you gotta be a man."
Right.
He down. You know what Corey doing now? He's wearing Daisy Dukes. He's wearing Daisy Dukes, popping on police cars.
I'm not surprised.
Look, this ninja is he's taller than you. He tall as Tyler Perry. He's 6'7" wearing Daisy Dukes like Magic Johnson's son. But I'm just saying, but she didn't want me to. I put this boy in martial arts. And the boy, and look, he looked at me like a father. She told me, "Don't you ever tell my son what to do. You're not his daddy."
I believe you.
Look, hold my beer. I'm out.
I believe you.
I'm gone. Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't blame you. And you're right. They want masculinity under their terms. Instead of them adjusting to a masculine man, they want the masculine man to adjust to them. If you think about the great teacher Jesus, man, when he saw the woman in the well, I'm sure he probably told the woman, he probably said, "Woman, go and sin no more." He actually called women woman back in the Bible. Man, he would say woman. He spoke with authority. But now, if you don't craft your masculinity in the way that the woman expect you to do it, it's a problem. I would not be a slave to the emotions of no woman. I've had women in therapy thought that they were going to control me. I said, "Listen, let me tell you something, man. I'm gonna be fair and honest, but if you think I'm gonna tap dance, and you can take your money and you can go to another therapist and tell you what you want to hear, but it will not be on my time clock." Many women tell men to come to therapy, not because therapy cannot be effective, Ronin, but they have what's called confirmation bias. They already come in with confirmation bias, and they want the therapist to confirm the bias that they have against the man that they're dealing with. But many times it's nothing wrong with the man. Many times it's them. But many times a lot of these centers and these sections now in therapy, they tend to be more on the woke side. Shout out to my man, Scream at your boy, Kesha. I'm abroad now, FBA here, North Carolina Roots. Write your email. I respond. I do this for real, well before passport bros. All right, it's koshaclinician@gmail.com, bro. I got you, bro. I got you. I got you, man. All right, but a lot of those sorority Keshas, man. I heard they some nasty work, man. Them sorority chicks, are they masculine? Do you feel like your authority was challenged a lot of times with them sorority Keshas, man?
Yeah, a lot of times, and let me tell you why. Because a lot of them had mothers who, I'm talking about. See these sorority chicks, man, and just sororities. it's a legacy. Like a lot of these girls, they mothers was educated, their grandmother was educated. Like that chick I'm telling you about, her great grandmothers and them were in the sorority. They weren't no broke. You know, a lot of these people come from the so-called the bourgeoisie.
Bourgeois, yes, sir. Yeah,
they are a lineage in they self. So they have a certain view of the world, and that's how they see it. And usually they marry men, but you know, black men, man. What? Hey, bro, not all black dudes, man, but many of us, man, we so simpish.
So simpish. Right.
Man, we got to be some of the most simpinish. Not that like we aggressive with each other. Oh, what you said? I step on your shoes, boy, you get it. No, we'll fight each other right now, but nobody else. And the main culprit they need to be fighting, they don't fight. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
we some of the most simpinish Negroes on the planet. When it comes to women, that access to box, man. Good Lord, I tell that's why the passport bros. And let me say this, man. Brothers, the passport bros is just a name. Look, military cats been doing this forever. Like I just said, passport bros is just the new catchphrase. Shout out to my boy BMT. He the one started it, but cats was already doing it before we had a name. Shout out to Russell Taylor and Charles Tyler. These guys are the ones who I think kind of pushed it into the forefront. It wasn't passport bros, it was just, and Al Grease, the frustrated Al Grease did that documentary about, and you interviewed him. Those things are important. And even with Kevin Samuels, because he tried to warn the women he tried to warn them what would happen. Mm-hmm. And now it's happening. Why am I going to deal with Kesha when I deal with Maria? And right. Maria easier to deal with.
Right. And pretty.
You know, and finer and fine. Look,
and a flatter stomach.
Flatter stomach and bigger butt and do everything. And boy, when I tell you these things over here in Dominican Republic, they made out of certain. Bro, these women over here so bad. They look like they've been made in the lab, and maybe they were. I don't know if they were BBLs. What the hell? But man,
made in the lab.
Bro, these women over here are so beautiful. I hate to even go in the store. I do. I hate to go in the store. Like, but sometimes you have to, and you just sitting there staring like, what the? Then you go back to the United States and you see these truck drivers. These chicks are truck drivers, man. You know what I'm saying? Tractor drivers. Some of these chicks look like they work at AutoZone, man. I don't want to see that all the time. But it's just like Kevin said, passport bros is an ideology. Mm-hmm. It's a mindset. It's just, and that's the truth, man. It's just a way we think. I look at it as just being free. Right. That's the way I look at it. I look at the whole, and look, not all of us are the same, even in the travel space. They got guys think like me. They got guys think, we all think different, just like different. Yes. We all think different. They do got cats who might be a little bit more exploitive. They got cats they got simpish cats. They got all kind of cats. I done ran into multiple dudes over here, but the average man I done ran into over here has been great guys. Yeah. The average guy I done ran, man, they've been some wonderful guys. They will help you, man. They will do anything they can to help the dudes I done ran into. Mm-hmm. You know, Brian, you need anything? Bro, how can you all right? Brother called me last night. Man, how you doing, man? You okay? Yeah, brother, I'm good. Like, we check up on each other because we in a foreign country. Mm-hmm. I do it, we all do it. Like these dudes. Look, I have more friends here in Dominican Republic than I have in New Orleans. I mean, that's crazy. Where I grew up at, I have more here. So it's craziness, man.
No, I agree. I met some of the guys. Like I said, I went to a training. It was called the Goblin Method back in December, and I met some. I met some people also on the Port of Plata, man, and they were very cool guys, man. Yeah. They treat you well. You know, they're cool, and the people there are friendly. But the men in those countries are masculine. And let's be real clear, Ronin. Black men have always given black women a chance. I'm talking about the average black man. I'm not talking about the 20, the higher percentile black man that all the women want. But the average black man has always been invisible and still is invisible until he realizes how many options that he has. And so one of the biggest misnomers is that black men don't want black women. That's not necessarily true. Most black men that travel, if they do travel abroad, they travel for black women from those Latin countries. They might be Zombos, they might be mulatto, they might be Indio, they might be Indian, they might be mestizo. But they want black women, but it's not very reciprocated. So they don't like it because it's called a narcissistic injury, Roland. They don't like the fact that that their black man's happiness now is not being seen through their approval. So that their ego can't handle that. That's called a ego break. Their ego can't handle the fact that black men's happiness does not have to have their approval. Women of the past and women years ago understood that you had to become to get the kind of man that you wanted. Women in those countries where you're currently living, that they understand that they got to become to get the man that they want. And not only that, like you said, so many mangoes in those countries and so many beautiful women. I call it beauty density. The beauty, the density, the beauty is so dense that you have to eat right. You have to keep yourself looking pretty because the competition is fierce. But here in America, they don't want to compete. You don't want to compete. You don't want to cook a man a meal. You got, I'm Simps Smiley talking about, oh, I'm not talking about cooking and cleaning. Oh, you are gonna cook and clean. You're gonna be my woman.
A queen ain't gotta compete. Think about that.
Right.
We done told them for generations that they queens. Who she got to compete with? But Maria over here, her ass got to compete.
You gotta compete.
If she want, Maria got to compete over here. Maria got to compete because listen, when I tell you any man that live over here and be here a lot, they know they grow from trees here. And they like, you can't shame me. You can't, it's the truth. They grow from trees. So look, for every beautiful woman that I see, look, bro, I grew up in New Orleans and I've been to Lafayette, Homer, Louisiana got women look like Dominicans.
Right.
But not as many as they got here. God dang. But we got, God dang. But y'all lucky I ain't got my soundboard. There's so many beautiful women here. Older, younger. It's just like, dude, it's like being in a dream here. The women here are so beautiful. Dude, when I went to the store earlier, I counted just my neighborhood store. I'm talking about three or four steps from my house. I saw maybe 20, 30 women that look like models that the average man would trip the hell out. And I'm not even in Santo Domingo right now or the big cities. When you're in the big cities, brother, there's literally thousands and thousands and thousands of just beautiful women. And so look, so when they look at black men, they say, where we go at? Think about the big four. Three of them are heavily Afro mixed. When you go to Dominican Republic, Colombia, Brazil. Those are the big three over here. Thailand is the fourth. But the big three, most of the men I see are with like Afro Latinas. They're with black, and that's what Charles Tyler was saying back in the day when he was telling people about the options that they had. When the brothers went to Brazil, they were with black women. Most of the men that I see who come over here, they're with like black chicks, what we would call. You know, I don't go on other coaches and tell them what they should call themselves, but most of the men, and they're happy. That's the problem. Either you deal with that anger in the United States, and again, not all women are like that, but far too many have that queen syndrome. But why deal with that when you come over here and you're going to be really treated great? So a lot of men always say, well, I'm treated like king. Most men are treated like a king. When you come here, and shout out to all y'all that's in here. There's a lot of brothers in here, man. Shout out to all. But that's a testament to what we're talking about. That men are looking for something. They want something else. And bro, your value. Think about this. Even if a man makes $50,000, right? That's the average in the United States, 50,000. Dude, you're in about 50. Even at 40, you're in the top 1% of the fucking world. And a woman will tell you a man got to make 100. You got to make, think about what she's telling you. You got to make 2 times more than you being in the top 1% of the world. You're not good enough even at $50,000. You're not good enough as a man. And that's what the average, I'm talking about the average black man makes about $50,000 a year in the United States. Over there, she's telling you that's not enough. But over here, bro, you balling. And it's so close, you can come over here on the weekend and live your life. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, man, miss me with that. they can miss me with that.
They don't want you to be happy, Ron. I call it taxation without representation, man. That's what I call it, man. It's taxation without representation. Let's look at the next one. Hold tight. So we got the passport Kesha, and your boy said your boy said they ruined. He said them sorority Keshas ruined the A&T. I went to North Carolina Central, man, but he said them sorority Keshas are ruining the college campuses. I'm not surprised. But let's talk about the passport Pete's of the Royal Ronin. The passport Pete, man. Let's look at passport Pete. Because passport Pete definitely is a lame. Passport Pete, Comfort Zone Collector's Edition. Now with less ambition, everything I need is right here.
Yeah.
4-piece wings and fries, no passport wanted. Stay put and stay proud. Why go overseas? It's wilding up in the hood. Comfort zone member for life. Why go overseas? What you think about the passport, Pete, man? Because you got a lot of the dusty men, man, trying to shame male travel and male.
Man,
what do you think about the passport, Pete, man?
I don't get as many of them of the plantation bros as I used to, but you always get it as always black men. That sets me back. That it's a black guy. Look, I rarely have got a Dominican man or a Mexican or white man. It's always a black guy stuck on the plantation telling me that I'm wrong for leaving the women in the United States. And man, I'm like, we done did that. We done tried to raise other people's kids. All we get is a kick in the butt. We done did all that. We done been the coaches. We done tried that all of, like, I hate plantation bros more than any. That's my nemesis. Hey, bro, I can't stand a plantation bro. Like that, a plantation Pete, man. That's power. Like, them dudes are, like I was telling you earlier, panderers. Look, a pander in black man don't get nothing for him being a panderer, because look, women always got the guys they deal with, right?
Yes.
They got the guy they gonna call the fix stuff. They got the guy they got the guy, be the guy that come give him the ding dong. So the panderer, he not giving them the good bar. Right. All he doing is fixing stuff, picking her up, doing those things. And I hate those guys. So they always come in my comment. You're in Dominican Republic getting something you could have got over here.
Right.
That's their favorite line. Right. I said, show me what you got. I'll show you what I live with. Mm-hmm. I can call what I live with right now, and I guarantee she look 10 times better than anything any plantation bro got. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, and any dude that lives over here, you see what we have. There's no comparison. Like, look, we deal with women that's Instagram models, probably, compared to these cats. Plantation bros, now think about it. So I always ask a guy, why do you care who another man giving the ding dong to? That's the weirdest part. That's that's kind of fruity behavior. You should be glad. Like, look, it's supply and demand. If more men are leaving an area, let's say I'm in North Carolina with you, if you leaving, that's better for me. I got how tall you is 6'5". I ain't got to deal with the 6'5" cat. This cat a doctor. There's more women for me. Right. That to me is zesty behavior. That's weird for you to worry about what another man is doing. Like, you should be happy. That's why I know it's not genuine, because no man will really care. Like, we don't care what each other's doing like that, unless you doing something that's harming the community. Like, you're not out here robbing. And these are the same dudes that don't have nothing to say about these dudes bringing devastation to the community. Mm-hmm. They don't have anything to say about anything that's really hurting us. No, right. You're worrying about who a man is sleeping with. That's the weirdest thing in the world to me, man. Plantation bros. Look, we have plantation bros in the travel space too. You got to realize it's not just cats in America. We got dudes that's in Dominican Republic and different places. And that plantation bro is a little bit different. He's usually a guy on YouTube who won't get any views and he get mad. Then he hates from a whole different. I done met them kind of plantation bros too. They come who you are is who you are. If you're a simp, weird hater, just because you got a passport don't make you stop being a hater. There's cats that'll come to the Dominican Republic and they hate on other cats in the Dominican Republic. Because they haters. They like, man, how you doing that? How you start a YouTube channel in 2 years, and you got 32,000. And I've been having a YouTube channel for
They
10
are.
years, and there's cats that's like that. Instead of you saying, brother, can you help me with my stuff? And I help you. That's not that. So you meet other people like that. So that whole plantation bro type mindset, we've had it since the beginning of time. Hey, but you know what my uncle told me? I don't know if this is true. My uncle died probably when I was he died in the 90s, man. I was young. And he was 90 something. This dude had grew up on plantations, like he was old. He told me, man, we always had black men like that. He told me we always had men who would he said, but it wasn't even the person you thought it was. He told me some of the worst dudes were the guys who worked in the field. You know, in our community, we think it's the guy in the house who will tell because he wanted to be in the house. He told me it was the man in the field because he wanted to get in the house. He said the man that was in the house wanted to get out of the house. He knew what it was in the house, but the one that was in the field, all he wanted to do is get in the house. He wanted to get close to Buddy, you know. He want to get close to Massa. And these highlights. So now Big Kesha and them and Big Sheila, they Massa. They just want to get close to Massa. They just want to get close to Massa. They're going to tell on you. They will get you. They will do whatever they can to sink your ship, man.
Yeah. Man, the vitriol, brother, it's unreal. We'll get back to your question, passport, internet passport. So what are the top 5 things a man can do to move abroad? We'll talk about that. That's a broad conversation, but we'll talk about that at some point if we can. Thank you for the $5. But plantation peak syndrome. Let's look at the next one, Roman. And because these are the caricatures, man, that are destroying. This is a plantation.
Oh, that's the plantation. Yeah, we just hit on it. Say that's that same one. I mean, I hate I hate plantation, bro.
Okay. So we'll bypass them. All right, hold on.
Look, that's who I jumped to.
Well, hold on, Roman. Hold on 1 minute. Yeah, we got old mean Kesha. Hold on. The Kesha starter package. Hold on, because these chicks are. Let me see. What can I find? I'm trying to find that. They're delusional. She's a certified CNA. Let's look at a comparison, man, with feminine women, because I believe that Eve was a feminine woman, man. I believe the first woman God created was feminine, and you're right, man. A feminine woman is powerful, but this is what guys have to deal with now.
Dudes and these passport bros, y'all don't woman correctly. And then when she tell you that, now she ain't shit. No, go look. I bet you it'll solve a lot of problems between us. Because y'all don't know how and you're mad because we do.
This is the best mental health promo I ever heard in my life.
I'm being honest with y'all.
Impact your dick.
Hold on.
Hey, girl, you gonna eat your cornbread?
Don't say nothing. You talking to me?
Yeah, I think you're talking to you.
腰はひねって S 字型。
Now, Roland, you know, when you saw Mean Kesha and that viral woman, forgive that clip, that's an old clip. But when you look at the feminine energy from those Asian women to the single men, because I'm a married man, but to the single men versus that toxic behavior of typical Keshas, what kind of vibe did you get from that, brother, when you saw that, man? What kind of vibe did you get?
It brings back memories, but look, man, like, I still have a soft spot for him. Now, I ain't simping for him, but you just want to shake them, man, and tell them the truth, but they don't want to hear the truth because look, let me ask you this. So let me ask you a question while we doing this.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Do you think a woman would listen to a real cat if she didn't have all these simps in her ear telling you the opposite? Because there's you know how you got the you know how you got the characters of the angel and the devil. And most women really have that. Most women usually have on this side the devil, simp dudes and their friends.
Right.
And on the other side, they usually have a person telling them the truth. But they just seem to listen to the other side a little bit more than was right. So do you think we have all these problems if a lot of men would just stop simping and just told women the truth?
Yeah, I think we would have less problems if men stood on business, told women what they want, demanded what they want. I think women will have no other choice but to all correct. Because guess what? Men determine who they're going to marry. I always tell men, if a woman is a 1, she can only hope to get a 1 for marriage.
Yeah.
If a man is a 7, 8, 9, or 10, he could probably get a 7, 8, 9, or 10. But if men would do what other men do in other countries and say, listen, you just don't qualify like men did years ago, they would have no other choice but to step it up or just keep throwing out verbal diatribes and trying to shame men into submission. I agree with you. A lot of these estranged men that were raised by their mothers play a role into the behaviors of a lot of these women now because they lie to them. I don't lie to women, never have lied to them.
Yeah.
I'm very honest. Sometimes the honesty might hurt their feelings, but I would not deal with the typical woman and make the average woman my wife if I was a single man again. I've been with my wife for 29 years. And I even told my wife, now my wife looked young for her age, but fairly young for her age. But I said, if I was a single man again, I wouldn't marry no American woman. I wouldn't even look at her. If I ever got married again, I would probably get a younger wife from a foreign country. Because American women don't qualify. Not because there are not a few that are good women. There are a few decent American women that are solid. But like you and I said, Ronin, in our private conversation, you got to go do so much to get to those few. It's not really even worth your time. You got to dig through a bend of whereas where you live at now, the quality is normal. Let's look at the Kesha starter pack. It's just me and my kids starter pack. She's a certified CNA. I'm sure you saw some of them at home alone, Ronin. She got 3 interchangeable baby daddies, bald tires, and a check engine light permanently owned. Attitude so bad it comes with a warning label. Strong lashes, stronger style. I can cook, clean, cuss you out, and apply lip gloss at the same time. What you think about that, man? What you think about me and Keith?
Man, you just made me think about when I after the hurricane, I stayed in Baton Rouge.
Look, Ronin.
No, you made me think about that, man. I after the hurricane, I got to stay in Baton Rouge for a while. I met a woman like that. But let me shout out to Johnny, man. Shout out to Mr. Hard Pill. Hard Pill to Swallow. Look, those are some solid brothers. But look, here's the thing, man, with this kind of thing. The reason why she thinks like that, because look, we got a lot of people in the community that prop that up, man. We got ministers. Look, we got a minister, first of all. Like the black community, man, like we need a whole redo. Bro, we need a whole redo. So you got the crooked politician who's gonna sit up there, and just like the Chat GPT said, they're gonna cater to women because that's how they grow. That's how they vote. But even a lot of church ministers. Look, let me give you an example. I was going to a church, man. I actually liked the church, but I felt like in the church, and it was a black church, right? They wouldn't tell women nothing. And one day I go to the head pastor of the church, and I'm talking with him. I said, man, you know what? I'm thinking about leaving this church because I just feel like y'all cater. And you know what he told me? He said, well, look, give it to Sunday. He said, when you come Sunday, just look around the church and look at me. That's all right. So I get to church Sunday. I got my suit on, looking fresh, but I'm listening. But while church was going on, I just looked around church, and it was 80% women. And I looked back at him eye to eye. He shook his head, and I knew then what he was saying. It's a business.
It's a business.
These women support. But that was my last day in that church. I'm like, I ain't gotta. That was my last day. I
don't blame you.
I sit there after church. I fellowship with people, drunk some coffee. I got in my car and rode the hell off. Never been back in there. But the thing, so these black women are surrounded by people. Like you said earlier, the emperor has on no clothes. If you look at that story, it took a child to look at the emperor and see him naked and point to show him he didn't have any clothes, because that person that tricked him and say, we're gonna give you the best whatever in silk in the world, and it's so good, and it even convinced him. He walking around, and the people were so scared. That's black American men, I think. We're too scared to tell the emperor she has no clothes. All our problems come from not just black women. It's the politician, the preacher, all these things. It's not just her I'm picking on. Because in this video, I guarantee you, some man gonna tell me
she's a victim, but also she's a complicit victim in her own demise. I call it organized chaos, Ronin. That's what it is. It's organized chaos.
Exactly. But think about this. So because of that, I guarantee you, men gonna watch this, and they're gonna sit there and they're gonna say, "Man, you're wrong," because they're gonna think about their mom. and they're gonna think about their unique situation.
Right,
and my dad left to get those Newports and never came, so he get mad with me for saying that. And that's one of the biggest things that, like, I did a video recently and I talked about why, and the brother said it in here earlier. I was saying that I think it's, and I own houses that's on Section 8. Listen to me. I own houses. And I said, I think it's a good idea for them to make it 2 years, and you got to get. Boy, the dudes came from me. Dude were mad. I'm talking about men, not really women. I'm talking about grown black men came from me. Well, you got to know, bro. You got to know why people own it. Why you? I'm like, man, the hell with that. Right. And I start saying what I thought. And I told him that I think just like the politicians destroyed the black community, bringing in these programs, we can fix it. Getting rid of the programs and bringing us back together in that type of way. That's what I thought about a deeper level. And I thought about it, that these ninjas ain't looking at stuff on a deeper level. They don't understand geopolitics and how things really work. You're dealing with people that just want clickbait, and they don't really understand, like, if a woman, and that's what make women so great over here. There's no welfare like that.
It's no welfare, right.
Nobody's going to save you. You have your family. So in the United States, if you want to fix the United States, you get rid of that shit, and a woman has to work with you. And you think I wouldn't rather be in New Orleans right now eating a shrimp po' boy and some daiquiris and having a woman who got her mind right? Yes, anybody would want to be in their own culture. I love my culture, but I love this culture too. And the reason why Dominican Republic works like that, it fits our culture. We're like family. We're kin. We can, like, if you like any guy listening to me right now, come over here. You know what they tell me all the time? Hey, bro, I feel like I'm at home. Because you're gonna feel like that too. But any man will be able to be in it. Look, America has things that's great. You'd rather be in North Carolina. You know what I mean? No, that's where you come from. Anybody would rather that. But man, we just lost Malcolm, Jamal Warren. A lot of people die every day.
A lot of people die, man.
I tell dudes, man, the average man dies between, you can look this up, between in his 65 and I think 72 years old.
Yes, sir. Right.
So why in the hell would I be trying to fight for something for the rest of my life when I can live over here in paradise with Maria or whoever and just have a good life? So that's what I'm telling cats, man. Why go sit there and raise other people's kids? Look, I have did things like this that's on here. That's why I say it's triggering, man. When I went to Baton Rouge, I met her. She didn't have that many kids. She had a daughter, but I sit there raising that daughter and doing these things and trying to do, bro. You know what you get for that? A bucket of dog poop. You don't get nothing for that, man. There's no simp Olympics. There's no simp gold medal. They don't care about what you do with that. It's like you trying to talk to a bear. My dad said you can't rationalize with a bear. So as long as that we have those things propping that type of mindset up, like I told you, that black preacher like that, and we have those simps, we have that church, and not just that, we have a lot of pro-black cats who use that too, and they use women. You know, I ain't gonna, you know, like the Umar Johnson types, and these
they
cats,
use them. Right.
They use these women, man. So
they lie to them.
Why should I sit there and jeopardize the rest of my life? Bro, I'm in my late 40s. That means my life is short. That means that if the average black man dies by 72, I'm a black man. I know some of you guys think I'm a Dominican. Like, dude be arguing with me thinking I'm a Dominican. I'm not a Dominican. You know what I'm saying? But Dominicans are black men too. That's what the people don't really realize. Now that's a whole different argument by our standards. But like, quote unquote, let me say that Dominicans are mixed, but by our standards, you know. So that's, bro. Why would I waste the rest of my life getting an award that don't mean crap?
Right. And I told people, like, I've had people come to me and say, you know, they disagree with me because I never said I didn't like American women per se. Yeah. But those men don't understand how I was raised. I was raised in a community where I saw a bunch of women that were ran through. My grandmama was a virgin. That was just the norm. You know, my daddy got a virgin. My granddad got a virgin. Even though my granddad was a Rolling Stone, those women, my aunts weren't ran through. They had husbands. You know, my 70-something-year-old aunts, they were virgin women when they got married. As far as I know, they were. And even if they weren't virgins, they weren't ran through. I know they definitely weren't ran through. My sisters, especially, I know one of them. She was a virgin when she got married. So I just grew up in a time when that was just the norm. And so what folks call normal now, I didn't look at women like that. Not for my wife, I wouldn't. I had very high standards as a man, and still do. And if I was a single man again, I wouldn't consider the typical American woman for a wife. Not because I wouldn't want to find one here that was a good woman if I was single, but they just don't qualify for what I want in a man. My dad is 82 years old, Ronin. And if you live to be 82, that's a blessing in this day and age.
That's a blessing.
My wife has sent me a text. She said Bill Chamberlain not Will Chamberlain, but Bill Chamberlain from UNC Chapel Hill. He founded Carolina Back Help, was an operator. He just died today. I have never, Ronin, in my life. Listen, one of my homeboys, Ronin, him and I played high school ball together. He died a couple of days ago. Men are just dying left and right. I've never in my life seen so many people, Ronin, dying, man. This year, minus the death of my mother, famous biblical pastors like, I can't think of his name, Jimmy Swagger. He from Louisiana.
Yeah, even Baton Rouge, yeah.
Right, Jimmy Swagger. When I was in California, John MacArthur, he passed away. Folks, they just dying left and right, man. I never in my life seen nothing like it. And so I fundamentally tell men they got to live their life on their own terms. But women want men to live life on their terms. No woman will tell me what to do. Either you're going to become what I need you to be, or you can go on with your life. I don't bow to a woman's emotions. I can respect a woman, but all this tap dancing and boat jangling, I don't do that goofy stuff, man. Yeah. One, I don't have to do it because I know what my worth is. And so you and I do these shows, Ronin, to bring awareness to male sovereignty, but also to let men know that they have better options. As a licensed therapist, the things that I talk about would be deemed controversial, even though it's not controversial. The truth is not. The truth is controversial there, Ronin, because up is down and down is up.
Yeah.
And you're right. Simps have messed the game up in a lot of these black preachers, not because the Bible in itself is not powerful, but these black preachers are lying to these women because they want money, man. And that's a major problem. Shout out to Byron Hammer for that $5 super chat. Shout out to the British mate, and shout out to wonderful travelers that don't forget bedazzled license plate. Here's another plantation, bro. I call him Dusty Pete. Hold on a minute.
Dusty Pete.
Yeah. What you think about that one, bro?
No, it's always.
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, bro. Look, no, it's always the same thing. It's the same story with these cats. They want access. But look, I met a self-certified plantation bro who came here, and look, and he changed his mind. His whole life changed before him. He was one of those guys. Right. And to see a brother unplug from the matrix like that, to take that out of his neck, and he was like, "Oh boy, off on Harlem Nights. I ain't never, ever, ever. You tell your mama I ain't never, ever, ever coming back." Like, once these dudes get to this type of situation and come over here and see, because a lot of guys don't know. Look, think about being born on a plantation. That means something. You said plantation, bro, right? If a person was born on a plantation, never left the plantation, how the hell
that's all they know, right?
That's all they know. So I don't even fault them for that. They don't even know that, like, a person, all they know is slavery or know certain things, whether you just been in certain kind of environment, that's all you know. Then sometimes you'll fight against that environment ending. Like, I was looking at something about slavery, man, I'm heavy in the history. And they had a guy that was a slave, man, and he was talking about what it was like to be a slave. He was talking from a good sense. He like, "Master, give us butter biscuits." He was so happy. I'm like, God dang. So that's all he had knew, though. So that's how this passport bro action figure is. He like, Big Kesha cooks sometime, she do some things. Y'all over dramatizing it, those ain't my kids, but they respect me, so it's the same thing. Like, "Master, give me butter biscuits." It's the same. That's what I see. So anytime a man start talking like that, I look at it like, so I'm gonna answer the brother a question, brother CT Benny. He say, "I'm late. Is Sasua over?" No, Sasua not over. I'm gonna just say this right here. That they have government changes going on here right now and all that, but look, the women still popping, still going on. I'm invited to 2 parties right now in mansions and some villas. So brothers still come in having a good time. But there's some shakeups right now in the country, and as far as Sasua goes, but man, ain't nothing changed, man. But what I don't do.
Somebody said that's travel time for Paul.
Oh, I don't even know who that is, man.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know.
Guy from Thailand. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is, man. But but like you gotta look at something, man, because anytime I hear people talk about Sasua in a negative way, they usually been heartbroken because it happens, man. Because some of these chicks will lie to you. Look, I'm never gonna put Dominican women on a pedestal. Always from the time I made a channel, I say the good, the bad, and the ugly, because you have that. But even the ugliest situation you could be at here is 10 times better than the situation in the United States. And that's saying a lot. I mean, like, because even in the ugliest situation here, you're going to clap some beautiful cheeks. She might lie to you. She might do whatever, but you're going to clap some beautiful cheeks. You're going to be in a good situation. Like, look, I'm going to say this. I met up with a guy yesterday. I got him from the Caribbean tours and got him to his Airbnb. You should have saw this brother because the woman was waiting for him. You talking about escaped slave? Let me tell you. It was his first time. Look. It was his first time here, right? I got the driver to bring him to his spot, and the girl was sitting there with her bag. The girl was beautiful. You should have saw him. He was like Stevie Wonder. That must be rocket. Isn't she lovely? I'm like, hey, bro, you all right? Hey, bro, I had forgot. Look, I've been free so long. No, but look.
You are.
No, wait, look. I've been free so long. I forgot what it is to be a slave. Like when I saw him, that brother started saying before he seen it. He's like, he can imagine what he had going. He was looking at the pool and the ground. He was like, his hand was moving. That brother head was. He started hitting me wrong. Look at this. I'm like, yeah, bro, you all right? I'm like, yeah, she cool. He was hitting me and punching me. He's so happy. He was giggling. He's like, man, Ron, look what I got. Look what I got. I say, brother, I grabbed him. I said, hey, it's just your turn.
Right.
It's just your turn. Except where you at. It's okay. I said, dude, I give him some real game. I said, dude, this is not your wife. Don't treat her like a wife. Just go have your fun and go home. He was going crazy. That brother had that Joker smile. You should have saw, but I was happy. He was happy because at the end of the day, I love to see men happy.
I do too. And
that's my favorite thing.
I know, Ronin, you grew up in the church like I grew up in the church. And, I know you said the werewolf come out. You and I talk about it all the time in private.
But let me say, look, I didn't grow up in church. I went to church late. Look, let me tell you. So we added on to it. So,
Yes, sir.
I didn't start going to church till I got in a relationship and had my kids. And this is real talk. I was street cat, man. I had gold teeth, everything. I was the opposite of that. And then I found a situation. I came in from the streets, right? And in my early 20s, I wanted church and religion. I wanted something different. That's why I found a solid woman. I had my kids and I started going to church. So you can so I didn't grow up in church from a young guy, but from my early 20s, for about 10 years, I went to church hard. And that's part of me. It is now.
Same with me. Right.
Look, I took the gold teeth out. Look, these are veneers here at the top. I had, look, brother, Doc, I had gold teeth. I had 8 of them. That's a big thing in New Orleans. We used to call it being slugged up. I had 6 gold teeth at the top. Yeah, because I had 6 at the top, and anybody from down there know that. I had 6 at the top, 2 at the bottom. I was a cat. Like, man, look, I got guns tattooed on me. But I was into that kind of stuff. But I wanted something different. I realized that I wanted that feminine energy. I wanted that. That's why I thought going to church and getting married and doing everything right. But one day, you know what she said? She never had experienced the world. Look, I came out the street, but I got a church woman who had never been in the street. She in her 20s. By me, I already did all that. She never did that. You know what she said? She like, I want to do that. I want to go experience what you've experienced. Yeah, she like, and a lot of these women are like that, bro, because they want to see them streets. She wanted to see those streets, man. That's the real talk. So I'm like, well, go ahead. I'm not fighting no woman, bro. I'm not trying to make you be anything, even here in the DR. When I tell a woman something, she don't listen to me. I don't need her no more.
Right.
Yeah. So that's I just wanted to say that. Yeah.
I totally agree with you, man. Shout out to Dr. Kenneth Augustus Walker. He said people die every day, but we'll start when someone famous. All of us are going to die. He's right, unless we get caught.
Yeah, you're right.
I agree 100%. Therefore, we live, love, and help those less fortunate. And I do that. I do it as much as I can, and I'm about to do it now, Dr. Walker. And I agree with you 100%. You are 100% correct. Let's look at this next one, Ron. Hold tight. We had me and Kesha a minute ago. All right. So look at the passport hater. I'm gonna find a video of this passport hater, man. That's another me and Kesha. But what do you think about this one, Ronan? Let's look at this one, man. Passport hater. What she said? I don't need a man. Passport bros are lame. Them girls overseas are educated. She got a bonnet on her head. Multiple baby daddies. No man needed. Did you see those kind of women in New Orleans, man? That had that same
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. Not, I know plenty of them like that. And look, bro, like I tell you, like people go look at this and they're gonna say we bashing. That's something we got to get. I hate that word bashing.
The truth is bashing, man.
Yeah, the truth now is bashing.
It's bashing. Right.
Listen, they even making AI versions of this woman right here. See this woman, you like Miss Independent, they calling it, like you look this up, bro. They calling it dead ass. A woman in Nissan Altima with the bag on her head, running through Popeyes and doing. They're making characters of our people because we have people that fit the character. You know what I'm saying? So when I see the passport bro hater, a lot of these women are that chick. What that is, man, is saying that there's nobody here at the end of the day to save me, because the simps that's there pandering, they don't want them. Because look, this is what one thing people don't realize about passport bro. They confuse ninjas with passports and passport bros and people who have incomes and stuff differently, because it takes something to go move to a foreign country. You got to have money. But they'll see a guy that'll travel to Sasua and they don't have no money, or they'll travel to Kenya and they get stuck there or something. That's not a passport. It's a broke ninja with a passport. Most passport bros and cats that I know, they have money. Either they've been in the military, they fought for our rights, they get an income every month, or cats like me who do real estate, or cats who do YouTube. We have money. Like we're not what they're saying, because they broke and lame, nobody wants them. No, it's the opposite. Most of us got kids. We done already dealt with that. Look, I had zero problems in the United States getting any women. Look, here's the crazy part. As a man in his 40s, if I want to date women in their 40s in the United States, I could date tens of thousands of them, and you can too. All of us can. Right. Bro, you get on like Match.com and all these things. These women will deal with men right now. Like, any dudes in the comments or whatever, you go get on Match.com and date women in your age brackets. Right. Unless you're in your 20s, you might have a hard time. But if you're in your 40s and 50s, you don't think women in their 40s and 50s want a man who got a decent income? Like,
I totally agree.
You're the one they want. They will grab you. Yeah, you're what they want, because they're used to us being the parachute.
Right.
The problem with a woman like that is, who hates the passport bros and even the men, they don't want you to not be the parachute. We not the parachute no more. We saying no. Right. So that's why they hate men like me. And I'm telling you, hey, bro, you ain't got to deal with Big Kesha, or like I call Big Shirley. You ain't got to deal with none of that. You can come somewhere else and you can find a better situation. You don't have to deal with that. So women like this who hate the passport bros, and I'm not speaking passport bros, I'm just speaking for me, myself. Right. And me as a man, because the passport bros got enough people speak for them who know way more than me. But you got better options. That's the bottom line. It all come down to options. Like, look, it's like this. Why work at McDonald's when you can go work at IBM? I'm telling you, hey, bro, come over here to IBM. Are you gonna stay at McDonald's? You ain't gonna stay at McDonald's. You're gonna come. Yeah.
I totally agree. I totally agree. And that's why, one of the things, Ronan, that we talk about as therapists, we call it the right to self-determination. We tell clients they have the right to self-determination. But in America, we haven't told men that they have the right to self-determination. Like some folks said, level up to get the kind of woman that you want. And I understand that in theory, but I would say in practicality, it really makes no sense to level up, because if a woman don't want you because, let's say you're not a good looking man, you might get a woman by leveling up, but if you lose your job and your status, she can still be there. I don't believe that men should lead with money, because leading with money don't guarantee nothing but heartache and pain. Men that lead with masculinity, and then they have money as the backdrop, that's when you get what you want.
Yeah, that's when you get what you want.
But leading with money alone, yeah, you might get a pretty woman, but how long will it last if you lose your job? Let me tell you something. I got a guy right now, Ronan. He's a client of mine. He works at Microsoft, make big money. And he's laying off folks every day. Folks are losing their job left and right with IT and all these jobs. They're losing their jobs every day. So let's say that guy level up to get the woman, he got money. What next? Women by nature are hypergamous.
Yeah, they have hypergamous.
Yes, sir. And to find a godly woman, Ronan, that's going to hold you down when you're broken down, that's rare. If you got a woman that's still holding you down and she loves you, even in your brokenness, even in your lowest point, that's a good woman. She's better than rubies. That's what you call a virtuous woman. She might not be a fine woman, but she's better than a fine woman because she has heart. Her heart is her family. And a lot of men don't understand that sometimes a woman that's an average looking woman but got a heart of gold is better than a fine woman. They got a nice body. What would you say about that, bro? Go ahead.
No, that's I agree with that 100%. I ain't got to add nothing to that. That's did you be speaking like brother say speaking for passport bros haven't look, they're not broke. I haven't met any real like passport bros who've been broke, brother. I'm just say that, brother Brad. I have not met all the dudes I hang out with every day, and I ran into guys. I run into guys everywhere. These dudes are doing well.
They're doing well.
They're doing well, man. These are the ones, and that's what the picture you put the passport bro hater. We're not there being a parachute. We're not there to catch you. We're not there to save you. And there's the problem right now. Women are realizing, like we just said, over 300,000 women lost their jobs.
Lost their jobs, yes, sir.
Over 300,000, and not just that, many more have been cut off food stamps, Section 8, and they're coming back to the pool now. And all those panderers, those are the ones who don't have no money. Those are the ones. So now you starting to see, like you played earlier. We love you, black man. You need to come back, black man. We appreciate you. But Mei Ling them and Maria, they say, oh, we love you too, black man. So you're going to look back at Kesha with that bonnet. You're going to look back at Big Shirley with that bonnet. And you got to make a choice. And this is something that all of us have to make a choice with. Do I want Maria or I want Big Shirley? And you just gotta, that's the real deal that we dealing with as men. And me, I'm looking forward. I'm not going back to vomit. I don't feel like I have to save anybody. I'm not doing hell no.
I don't blame you. Like I said, brother, if my wife died before me, or if I was a single man again, God forbid, my next wife would be a foreign woman. I would never deal with America unless I found a good one that was in the church. And she had low miles on the man. She didn't have a bunch. Like, I know you said, like, Ronan, even if I got kids, I don't want women with kids. I don't want no woman with kids.
And you can do that.
Right. I don't have to deal with no woman with kids. I don't want no woman with kids. I'm not trying to take care, like they say in North Carolina. I ain't trying to take care of nobody children. I ain't trying to take care of nobody children, man.
No, and I agree with that. Look, the only thing about here, I'm gonna make you laugh by something. Some of these women lie. Let me tell you, man. And I understand. Well, let me tell you one of my, and I said this in one of my story times. I met this girl here named Elizabeth. Beautiful, fine, probably like 26, 27 years old. I asked her, I said, you got any kid? Oh no, no, papicito, I have no kid, no kid, papi, no hijos. I'm like, all right. I'm in there, me and her getting on to it. I'm in there, biting on the mangoes, and that Similac hit me in the mouth. What the hell? I'm like, wait. That freshly squeezed Similac hit me. I'm like, no, you got a kid. And she thought, oh, I had a kid. I got a baby. I don't want you to leave me, Poppy. So just I'm a lie. So I tell dudes all the time, I don't want a woman with cancer. Be careful. Because she hit me with that Similac. It hit me all in the face. I mean, then, pew, so they're lying to quit. They're lying in a minute. Hit me with that tropical Similac flavor. So yeah, so
He said Trump or something like
that. Yeah. So some of them will lie. I'll say that. But you got that right here. You don't have to deal with a woman with HIV. Man, shout out to T-Mac. You don't have to deal with that if you don't want to. You definitely don't. So, in the United States, they'll tell you that if you're dating a younger woman, you're a predator. Look, and that's even with the stuff with Shannon Sharp. And that's part of this whole thing why I think more celebrities are getting their passport. Like that woman just stopped her OnlyFans page after Shannon Sharp. So he probably broke that girl off millions. What do you think about that?
I think it's exploitation, but it goes back to how men got to move smartly and move wisely. You know what I never understood? Shout out to T-Mac for the night.
Well, look, he said that pina colada similar. You know, that mango juice, freshly squeezed. And it was freshly squeezed.
But you know what I never understood, Ronin, man? A man like Shannon Sharp that got money, and a lot of these famous guys that got money, I'm like, why do you deal with American women when with the money that you got if you was a single man? Let's say if you're looking for a wife. So you got two types of men. You got godly men that don't want to fornicate. They're looking for a wife because they want to do the right thing. I applaud those men. Then you got men that are not godly men, and they're coming out of the divorce and they're trying to find their way. I understand what they're going through. Whether you agree with the fornication piece or not, that's something between them and God. We'll leave that all alone. But at the end of the day, Ronin, I've seen what divorce court have done to men. I've seen what the lack of intimacy has done to men. You talked about, and one of the last shows that we had of your friend taking his life.
Yeah.
Due to brokenness because he wasn't getting his needs met. And that's why, Ronin, I'm so passionate about what I do, because so many men suffer in silence. They suffer in a silo and nobody hear their needs. Think about if your friend had to listen to you and had somebody to encourage him. He probably could have got him a foreign wife and been fine. But now, right now, he's in the grave, man. Is that something that you think about, Ronin, a lot? How does that impact you?
I thought about this brother recently because his birthday was July the 7th. And I thought about him. And the crazy thing about it was that woman who he deleted himself for is with a whole nother man right now. And the man ain't even half as good as what he was. But it made me think about something. We can't control women at all. No matter how hard you try, women are not logical like we are logical. Like you can sit there, you can explain to her how doing this will equal this. And it won't help. Even women over here in Dominican Republic, you can explain to them that to have the mindset for tomorrow, they're worrying about today.
Right.
And even some of the men here. But my friend was the main one that got me to come here. He was the one talking about coming to Santo Domingo, coming to see this stuff. And he never got the chance. If he would have came to see what he got, and I hate to even say the woman's name or disparage her, but man, that woman looked terrible. The woman he was fighting for a woman that looked terrible. That he didn't even realize. And this guy he was such a great artist. He was a great guy.
Wow.
And to see that. So yeah, I think about him all the time, but he's the reason why I keep going. And let me tell you, man, this real talk I'm about to say. I was thinking recently about you just stopping my channel. I'm like, I done said everything I had to say. I'm good. I was going to just stop doing YouTube. Right. And what changed it was I was in Santo Domingo the other day, and I met up with one guy. He was a military guy, and he came out on the pool deck and talked to me. He told me how much I had changed his life, and he get on the phone. And before you know it, bro, we was up on the pool deck with 25 men that all had came to Santo Domingo because of me. And they had found a new life and they lived in the building. And man, I felt so good after that. Cause I was like, I done said everything. He said, nah, man, you the one brought us here. You led us to the promised land. They're like down there like Harriet Tubman. And that made me feel so good.
Right.
Dude, I went back to my room and I'm like, I done did good to helping my people, helping men. And I need to keep going. That rejuvenated me. And now I need to keep going and keep spreading the word, because after you feel like you done said enough, you're like, I've said enough. But you know what? These conversations help people, because
it helps people.
Look, so many right now can see at least on my back end, maybe over 2,000 people just watched us talk like that. Like, you don't know how many people this is going to help. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know what? These are the conversations that we need, not just in the travel space, but in male spaces, because right now dudes are talking about BS. They're not even talking about anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And let's talk about this young man. You know, he probably have a strong masculine man. Travis Hunter, the unconscious simp. And I came up with a moniker called the conscious simp and the unconscious simp.
Yeah.
The unconscious simp stands for supplementing irrational male patterns of behavior. One will argue that the things that Travis Hunter is doing is not based on masculinity, but it's based on male behavior. Men do things based on principle. Males do things based on feelings and a woman's emotions. What do you think about no prenup from Travis Hunter, the unconscious simp, master on the field, top simp runner-up, poor in the woman department, $20 million contract, generational wealth would be depleted? What do you think about Travis Hunter and his lack of wisdom and wise counsel when people have been trying to warn?
I think he has low self-esteem, and I think
so
that
too.
I think look, people, and you know how in our community, man, people can be harsh. They probably told that man he was ugly all his life, and so he looked at this woman as a trophy, and he's willing to give her anything, even like somebody like Kanye West, musical genius, but they say he's going through a divorce and he didn't have a prenup. I hope that's not true. And he stands to lose millions and millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars if it's not true. I don't really know, allegedly. But dudes with, look, just because you're a multi-millionaire don't mean that you don't have low self-esteem. And I've seen broke dudes in the hood got more self-esteem, they can give some away. But you can catch a guy like Travis Hunter, and in our community, they probably told him he was ugly. And he get a chance to buy a trophy wife. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna buy a trophy wife, and that woman will disappear on you fast as hell. And he gonna lose money, and dude's gonna be saying, "Hey, I told you so." But I can tell from his energy. I don't care what nobody say. That kind of cat like that, a real dude gonna be like, "Man, thank you for telling me that." Adam had dudes come to me and told me real talk. Hey, bro, don't do that there. Don't mess with that. You know, I've had men tell me multiple things, and when I listened to it, it served me right. When I didn't, it was a ball kick, because most men gonna tell you the truth. Dudes ain't gonna lie to other men most of the time. We gonna just tell each other the truth.
Keep it real. We're
gonna keep it true. Hey, bro, look, this was wrong. I wouldn't do that if I was you. Bro, respect the man coming, especially a black man coming to you, or as you're a black man, he gonna come to you and tell you, hey, Ronin, they ain't the one for you. Look, let me give you an example. One of my friends had became a minister, and I didn't take him serious because he had did so much dirt. He had did so much dirt in the street, and he was just a raw cat. I don't know if I didn't believe that he had found God like that, but me and him was talking one time in one of these breakfast restaurants, and I was messing with this chick. He told me, he said, you know, Ron, I don't know what you're seeing, old girl, but you know, she ain't the one for you to be rocking with. And he told me like a man, he's like, I see that chick, that ain't the one for you, cuz, you know, you like, that ain't the one, you let that go. And I didn't listen to him. Worst woman I ever had in my life. And I went through like 2 years of hell because I didn't listen to what this man told me, because I'm looking at him as the old him, not looking at the real him, who he is. And right now, this guy got a big giant church in Arkansas. He doing good, him and his wife, but I wouldn't listen. I'm used to him being on the street with gold teeth like me. You know what I'm saying? So I had that kind of mindset. And like, man, and shout out to that cat right now, man. He's doing good. So whenever men come to you sometime, man, listen to them.
I totally agree.
Listen to a man. He don't have nothing to gain or lose from telling you the truth. The dude just gonna tell you the truth. So all these men coming to Kevin telling, hey, bro, don't do this, man. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. I mean, Travis, all the brothers coming to Travis, he need to listen to that. You know what he thinking? Oh, they just want my woman. He got ugly man syndrome. Man, you gotta let that go, man. What you think about that, man? You think he got ugly man syndrome in his head?
I think he got ugly man syndrome, man.
Yeah, man.
You know, Harriet Tubman said I could have freed a lot more if they didn't already know that they were slaves, man.
Yeah.
If Travis Hunter was in DR, tell Travis Hunter. I want you to tell Travis. Hold on, Ron. I want you to tell Travis Hunter as a public service announcement, because he probably don't know. But tell Travis Hunter what he can get, man. If he was in Dominican Republic.
Like on the look, that's the thing I like about Dominican Republic and Colombia is the great equalizer. Travis Hunter ain't nothing over here. They don't know who he is. He just as good as you or me or anybody, but he'll have all the women he wants. He'll probably have, like the brother say, he would definitely be married and have something way better. You would be in a better situation here than going through that. And that's what hurts me the most when I see what a lot of men are dealing with in the United States, man. I feel sorry for them, man. I feel sorry. Look, I feel sorry for men like Travis Hunter the same way a free man probably passed a plantation and saw Negroes in the field.
Mm-hmm.
That's some real talk. When I see men in the United States like that, that's how I feel about it. Yeah, brother said I might have trolls. Man, a lot of that be women. And then like they don't like, look, people don't like you having discussions like this, man. We got 200. We got 200, at least on what I can see. 270 people. 270 watching this. You know you're gonna have beta males coming in here.
Yes, sir.
You know you can't be on a stream with that many people and not have some beta male simps and cats looking at stuff like that. Of course they're gonna come in there and do that. Hell yeah, you're gonna have people trolling and doing it. They don't want you to have conversations like this.
They don't. And Ronan, when you see young men that need help regarding mental health consultation, send them my way, man. Because I'm gonna call you the plug, man. You know, you the DR plug. But if they need some mental health consultations, send them my way, man. And I'll link them up, man. And also, if there's some that need insight about living abroad, I'll send them your way as well. But he's an unconscious simp, and I do think he sees himself as being ugly, man. And he just don't know how much power we got. I think we looked at this about the CNA because I got.
Yeah.
Hold on for a minute. All right. Here's another unconscious simp. What do you think about this? How a real woman should treat a man's starter pack, man?
Well, I'm telling you, it all boils down to what I just said. Men don't know their value, and I think that a lot of us grew up in situations that didn't have a dad, or you had a dad and he probably wasn't. You know, he didn't have a dad. It's generational, man. So we are taught that women are the prize, and he don't have a spine.
Right.
You're trying, hey, bro, like we said from the beginning, box is a hell of a drug.
Right.
Men are traditional in the sense that we want that type of life as much as we can. Like, so you're sitting in the United States right now, you're going to latch on to any woman that you see almost. That's why I told you I feel sorry for a lot of guys walking around Walmart. They just want access to that box, and even though that box is smelly, that box is all messed up, it ain't worth nothing. He feels that that's all that he can get.
That's all.
That's when the average man, and this again goes full circle down to the passport bros. And that's why women hate the passport bros. When an average man come to one of these countries and he get to see what he really can have, it's over with. So no, man, I tell dudes, man, do not deal with women like that. Do not. And I look, I will say this. I do know a few men who got good situations in the United States. The woman probably was raised right. Not everybody is bad, but boy, we got far too many.
Far too many, right. My daughters are good women. My daughters, look, I raised my daughters to be chaste, man. My daughters won't ran through. I raised my daughters to be chaste women. And I hope that I can find a suitable man, just a hard worker, to take care of, my last two daughters I got left, man. My oldest daughter is married, and she got a solid husband. I got a grandbaby from him. And then my other two girls, man, I'm hoping that they can find a solid husband too, because that's how I raised my girls. I raised my girls to value themselves and not to let men run through them and use their bodies up. But nowadays, you got women tell girls, go and get your degree, child, sow your oats. That's the dumbest thing you can tell a woman, Ronan. Because Ronan, and I know, we know that, once again, biblically, God got a hierarchy when it comes down to fornication. But you running through women is not the same as a woman being ran through by multiple men. It's not.
Hell no. You insert into the world. We insert in the world. Women take into the world. And that's the hard thing. So look, I'm like you, man. I raised my daughters. One of them is married to a Nigerian professor and he's a professor at LSU. And I taught my kids, man, to be independent, but to be wise. I taught them that. Like, they saw me, because I got custody of my daughters, man. I spent thousands of dollars, man. And brothers know my origin story, man. I worked countless jobs, and man, I went to war to get my kids, because I didn't want my daughters to grow up to be like I didn't want them to be that cautionary tale. So I fought, man, and I got in the court, man. I damn near begged the judge to let me have my kids. And at the end, I won them. And I raised them. And man, that's the best. Even my daughters tell me to this day, we thankful that you got us that. they thankful that, because I got them and I raised them, man, the right way to be like that. And that's the problem. Like we said earlier, man, our system they want more baby mamas.
Yes, they want more baby mamas.
The baby mamas going to fill the jail. The baby mamas fill the jails up.
Right.
The baby mamas do these things, bro. They create the murders. They create all these things. Every bad problem that we have in Black society.
Broken families
create it. And so we can reverse it simply by doing it. So a politician just won't do it. They don't want that. Even Obama said something the other day, right? I don't know if you saw this. Obama was saying, before he fell off the deep end with it, he was saying that we catered. He was on a podcast with Michelle and her brother. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
Obama got on there and he said, we catered way more to women than we should. We should have. We was lifting them up. He was saying that. Then he fell off saying men need to have gay friends and all that. But for a moment, he was telling the truth. Because Obama used to even say himself that we need 2-parent households. I don't know who got a hold of him. Like the brother said, then he started saying boys should have gay mentors and all that. And I was like, well, what the hell, And on YouTube we got to watch what we say. But
right.
But he did acknowledge that they were paying more attention to women than men, and that's the wrong. Like, treat everybody equal, man. Look at that and say the truth that you need to have families. But I just don't see America doing it. Just like ChatGPT had just said from the beginning, you have to force them to do it. You can't do it. So I'm going to stay on the passport bro side, and I'm going to tell men to, whether you come here to the Dominican Republic, no matter where you go in the world. One good thing that happened to me from having a channel, I'm linked in with brothers from all around the world, and we everywhere. I got homies everywhere, everywhere in the world. And I'm going to tell guys to run. I tell guys to run, man. Go find your happiness. Run.
I don't blame you, man. Because see, you are not, listen, men have sovereignty. And I understand why Black men don't want to go to church. I understand why they don't want to have nothing to do with it. I was raised in the church. I was a superintendent. I lived it. But I want to deal with the typical modern church now, not because the Bible don't have power. The Bible is very powerful. The Bible is red pill. But the men in the church and these weak preachers, a lot of them, not all of them, they make the Bible bad. And that's why men don't want to be part of it, because it's not male in power. It's female in power, baby mama in power, and effeminate male in power. But the Bible, in my opinion, is a very powerful book. Look at what Drew said. Drew said that, what did Drew say? Drew said,
shout out to Drew.
Yeah, read it, wrong.
Yeah.
I'll let you read it. Go ahead.
You know that the lead attorney said that Travis should marry that girl. He said that the demons that will come after him in the NFL will be worse. Wait, he said that? Wow, that's crazy. He's saying that he should marry the girl. The demon. Well, I don't know about that, but I would have told Travis myself not to do it, or that make sure he had a whole lot of paperwork. That's what I would tell anybody. Look, one of my nephews asked me last week about getting married. Look at Big Shirley. Hey, but I coined that word, Big Shirley. People say I coined that, man. Look, you know where that come from? Yeah, I coined that.
I know where it come from off of Luke Roger.
No, that's not even where. You know where the real Big Shirley come from? One of my uncles, bro. When I first got my passport, he was with it's his old lady to the day, bro. When I tell you she's a Big Shirley for real, look, my uncle, this is my mom brother, love him to death. Now, he used to be anti-passport, bro. I love my uncle. And he know I talk about this with him. he met this woman when she was 16 years old, right?
Right.
And he was young. They both was young. He was
right.
probably 15. Wait, he was 14 and she was 16.
Mm-hmm.
And she ran away, ended up marrying a man who happened to be gay. Mm-hmm. The man died and left her like a bunch of money. Mm-hmm. The guy. I think this is gonna sound funny, but no, I'm not even gonna say the real story. Go ahead. Man, I think the man slipped in grease at Popeyes. Look, man, he was. I don't want to laugh at these kids' daddy, man. So right. The man slipped in grease fell on, but he ended up leaving them a lot of money. Mm-hmm. So years later, my uncle got back with her, and she looked worse than that. She looked worse than that figurine. She got more facial hair than you got.
Wow.
And,
wow.
And so now my uncle doesn't have to work. All he does is go fishing in Louisiana. He go fishing every day. But he would fuss about that. So that's what the big Shirley, every time he would say something to me, Shirley something like Big Shirley. If all you do is listen to Big Shirley. I would tell Big Shirley ruining your life. So that's where that comes from.
That's where it comes from. Okay, Big Shirley.
It comes from her because she's big and she's a queen. She had my uncle married her so he can fish all day. She had 3 or 4 kids and they all grown now, but their dad left them a big inheritance. The dad was gay. And all that, man. It's a long story, but my uncle now living off that, and he listened to her most of his life because she took care of him. That's where the word Big Shirley. I was like, man, y'all sitting in the couch. I said, man, get off that couch, Big Shirley. I started saying that, talking about him at first, and men ran with it. That's where it really come from, That's the origin of Big Shirley. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Hey, bro, she looked worse than that picture.
She looked worse than
she
looked worse than the picture, man.
Yeah, she's bigger than that, and she got more facial hair than that. But everything else probably is
spot on.
It's spot
5
on.
Kids, 3 baby daddies, 1 dream, a high value man. She got a 6-figure checklist, high income, car, house. What his zodiac sign is.
Yeah.
Castlevania Kid said Obama was pushing for a program to help boys called My Brother's Keepers. Black women fall against it. What do you remember about that initiative?
Yeah, I remember that.
I remember too.
I think as the far left came into the party. Remember, I'm an independent. Some things I'm more conservative about, some things I'm more liberal about. But Obama, man, like he was a disappointment to me.
He was a disappointment.
Yeah, he went, and somebody will get mad and he'll talk about Obama, but Obama went too far because at first he was against certain things,
right,
and he went the other way, and and that's what I think about that. He was for that because anybody can see this. So look, again, it fills the jail cells up. It feels, look, bro, all the broken school, many of our problems will be eradicated. You look at our people before the 60s, even in spite of everything that they did to us, bro, they couldn't stop us, bro. We was some, bro, look, let me tell you something about Black America. This is what I love about us, bro.
I totally agree.
We are some powerful people. Bro, we were doing so well. Our reading level. Yeah, women were doing good out there. So, bro, they came in there and they came in with the welfare state, and that's one of the things that helped destroy us. So let them cut it off. That's why I'm like, if they used it to help destroy us, let them cut it off.
Right.
It maybe can fix us. I don't know if it'll fix our relationships, but it will make these 300,000 women getting laid off. You about to see them come and slide in your DM right now. All y'all brothers, get ready.
Yeah, but you don't want them, man, because it's conditional. And then even if they're coming for monetary gains, if you're a serious man that want a traditional woman, how many bodies they had? How many deletions have they had? How many children they got? I know people don't want to hear that, but masculine men got options.
Yeah.
But they can slide
in DM. Yeah, they about to slide in DM.
Would you take them serious though, Ronin?
Hell no, but I'm seeing it more and more now. Get on TikTok, like you played it. I love you, Black. I'm seeing more and more women now. Look, most of them are older. They're not young girls. They all in their 40s on up. Most of the ones I'm seeing on TikTok, and they saying it. We shouldn't have listened to feminism. We shouldn't have listened to these things. Now they're telling other women now that we got the
Right.
We have to fix our families.
Right.
And
Right.
stuff.
Right.
They're saying it, and I think they, you know, a dollar too late. You know what I'm saying? It's
They're
like,
dollar too late. They're dollar too late, man. They're dollar too late. And they were compromised, man. You know, like I said, man, I think all black men, most black men want to be with a feminine woman, a feminine black woman. They just think, you know, black men want to be with black women. But at the same time, I'm not part of no Negro tribe. If I was a single man, if she was an Asian woman, if she was black, if she was Indian, she was white or whatever, I'm going to date and marry who I want to date. I don't believe in this one monolithic tribalism where we all got to adhere to one code. I don't believe in that. At one time, we had to do it because we were slaves. But these women now, the majority of them are not our women. Would you agree with that? I would agree that the majority of these women now are not even our women. They don't adhere to what your grandmama and your great-grandmama adhere to. What's your take on that?
They're not our women. They're the government women.
They're the government women, right?
They're the government women. And I'm not just talking about, again, not just talking about food stamps and welfare, but the government takes care of them. That's who they've been looking towards. A lot of them lean one way politically. They just view everything. That's their women. So I would tell men, if you want you a real black woman, man, like if you just want, you say, I want me a beautiful chocolate woman, bro, these Haitian women over here, man, I would tell her, because I know dudes like that. They're very pro-black. Say, look, I want me a beautiful chocolate woman. I said, man, come with Dominican Republic, man. We got some Haitian women, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's so, bro, let me tell you something, man. And I've said this a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
One of the biggest mistakes that I made, I was so used to them sapphires in the United States. I wouldn't take a dark-skinned woman in Dominican Republic serious. I just saw Kesha in my head.
Right.
And this real talk. I saw my stepmother who treated me like crap my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
So it took me a while to understand. And a white man from Scotland told me over here, and I met him on the Melicon in Santo Domingo. He said, man, one of the best women you can get in Dominican Republic is a Haitian. And you'll see a lot of European cats over here. You will see a lot of European cats. They got Haitian women. And there's some Haitian women over here, so fine and feminine that you wouldn't believe it. So I tell men that too. Hey, bro, don't sell them. Don't, Dominican women are awesome too. I love my Dominican. But sometimes a Haitian woman might be what you need too. I tell guys that, man, you come over here and judge it for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But don't look at it from a skin color thing. A lot of us been traumatized. We gotta leave America where it's at. We've been traumatized by a lot of different. We've been traumatized. We look at white folks different. We look at black, but we look at all kinds of skin tones. I'm like, man, leave that stuff in America, man. You come over here with a clear head and a clear mind, and you will see it's different. And I'm just speaking about over here, but even when I was in Mexico, I felt the same. I was treated good in Mexico. I was treated good, man. Yeah, I was treated 100% good in Mexico. Here, you don't have those hangups like that.
I agree.
I think a lot of us bring those things with us.
I agree.
We're so used to it. We a lot of us carry our trauma alone. Man, leave your trauma in the United States, man.
Right.
Yeah. Bury it.
I totally agree, man, and that's why world travel is so powerful, man. It changes your trajectory on everything. Everything you thought you saw was real. It's totally different. Now here's the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Big Papa, man. What do you think about Big Papa, man? Because he said the black man. I think at one time Umar was thinking about becoming a passport bro. What's your take on Umar Johnson, the Prince of Pan-Africanism? Because he's a fraud in my opinion. But what's your take on Umar, man?
Bro, I used to, at one time, I was searching for myself. I used to love Umar Johnson. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like, I was searching, right. and bro, as a younger man, I agreed with a lot, and I still agree with some things he say.
Right.
But over the time, I started to see, like I told you earlier. What did I tell you? I said we got the preacher, we got the politician, we got the fake pro-black. That's what those three things I think hinder us in our society. Umar Johnson just gave brother Kevin just said he on there begging for money now. He said,
he's begging for money.
Yeah, but look, Umar Johnson came to the Dominican Republic himself. You gotta look this up. Umar Johnson came to the Dominican Republic.
I saw it.
And he went crazy. He went crazy seeing the level of beauty over here. He lost his mind. So what I think about Umar just a product of what a lot of people in Black America want. We just looking for leadership. And because of that, these false messiahs will raise up and they're going to find people who prop them up. And Umar has knowledge. He's not a stupid guy. Umar's smart.
Not at all.
What did he went after? He went after single mothers because he knew they would support him. Those are the women. So maybe now it's over for him because there's one of the women putting him out there, man. They showing it. They showing what he's about. I wish the brother well myself. Hopefully brothers get it together. Look, I'm the kind of guy, man, I want to see all of us win. I don't want to see none of us fail, but some people, like, in order for something to win, somebody got to fail. You know what I'm saying? So damn, Umar. So what I think about Umar, he's just another form of a corrupt preacher preying on people. You know what I'm saying? When I saw him begging for money, I saw that last night. I was like, dang, bro. Dang, you got to make this video. He looks so bad. Did you see that video of him?
I saw the video. I saw the video. I'm gonna pull it up in a minute. Let me see if I can pull it. Hold on.
Yeah, pull it up. I got to get something right quick. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Yeah, guys, we're gonna pull up the video of Umar real quick. Hold tight. We're gonna pull up the video of Umar begging for money. Umar goes to DR. Umar goes to DR. Well, actually, here's the one about the bank account. Hold on. Your homeboy, the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson, man. And Umar, guys, is one of the reasons why so many men are frustrated, because all talk, no action. Haven't done half of what he said he was going to do. Ronin's coming back, guys. And Umar is more of the problem in the Black community that needs to be expelled, to say the least.
Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifa Tunde Oguntade, Intercontinental Ifa Tunde RB Jesus, coming to you live and direct from Philadelphia. I have a very important message. I'm only going to keep you about 5 minutes. I have a very important message. I'm only going to keep you about 5 minutes. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my continental Africans. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my Australian Africans. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my Caribbean Africans. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my Africans in Europe and Asia. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my Brazil and my South American Africans. Peace and Pan-Africanism to Panama and Costa Rica, my Central American Africans. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my Canadian Africans. Peace and Pan-Africanism to my New York, my Carolina, my Texas, my Phoenix, my Philly, my Jersey, my Maryland, my Baltimore, my Georgia, my Florida, my Arkansas, Alabama, Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis, Kansas City Africans. It's your big brother, King Kong. I need y'all to listen up. I got a very important announcement. I need y'all to listen up. I got a very important announcement. I'm only going to keep you a few minutes. This morning, I received a text message from one of my homies. He needed Dr. Umar to send him a couple of dollars. This morning, I received a text message from one of my homies. He needed Dr. Umar to send him a couple of dollars. I logged into my account just to check my balance because I haven't done so since I left for South Africa back on July 10th. Only to discover that I could not log into my account. So then I called the bank to find out what was going on. And the bank told me to enter my 16-digit card number. I did that. They told me they had no record of my account. The bank that I've been with since I was a teenager told me they had no record of my account. So then I called the bank. And the bank told me that my personal account, as well as the independent Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy account, have both been frozen. Both bank accounts have been frozen. And I was told that there is an investigation into my personal account as well as the school account. I asked them, was this due to suspicion of any fraud on my part? I was told that it was not due to suspicion of any fraud on my part, but I was told that it was due to suspicion of fraudulent activity. I was told that someone has been trying to gain access to my personal account and the FDMG account. I was told that someone has been trying to gain access.
So the fact that Umar is losing some of his power and visibility, man, what do you think that means to the conscious community and traditional black men that got masculine mindsets in general? What do you think that's happening in general, brother?
I think even with a lot of things, I think that black men are starting to wake up. And like, maybe it's too little too late, but even on a political level, a lot of men are now starting to unplug and think for themselves. I think men wanted to do it, but it was a lot of pressure, man. You know how much pressure you get just from your own family, just from your own blood family to stay kind of in that subservient type of mindset. You know how many black men I know that would just sit outside or sit in the corner. We all had them old relatives. He just sitting in a room by himself. Like he was like we laughing, but that brother was compromised. He was like, you know, he just wanted his peace. You know how Big Daddy sit in the back, he ain't want to argue with Big Mama, you know what I'm saying? You just sit there but I'm seeing a lot of men now saying, because of social media, they listen to people like us. So now you have a choice. Like I told you, I used to listen to Umar Johnson. And then, bro, what it was, I was at such a low point. I was looking for something. I was looking for something. I went to church. They couldn't help me. I went into the pro-black movement. I went into all kinds of things. And then I found the passport movement. I went to Manosphere. Look, I went to Manosphere after Umar. I was and the Manosphere is kind of a part of the kind of passport bro type thing. Right. But there's people who never left out of it. I took that step toward the passport movement because I feel like the passport movement had answers. Why you had people like, they got guys who I like in the Manosphere, but they'll sit there and complain about women all day, but don't do nothing to stop it. I looked at the passport movement. They was like, hey, while you over there arguing, I'm over here with Maria. And when I watched Frustrated and when I watched Frustrated and I saw the brothers going to Brazil and started watching Charles Tyler, that was an answer. I was like, these guys ain't mad at all. Because all I would do is watch red pill content. And boy, when I tell you I had red pill rage, I was so mad at the government. I was mad at all this. And right when I get ready to get my passport, I got hit with child support. But boy, when I got, I'm telling you, boy, but when I got fully free, I understand it. So now I tell guys to get out of the system before they even get in it. I said, don't have kids with these women in the United States. They're going to get you. I said, totally agree. These ain't the women of old. Women now are having kids to lock you down.
To lock you down, right?
They want to lock you down, and I'm talking about lock you down not as an old man, as a check for 18 years.
For 18 years, right?
Yeah, that's what they trying to do. Look, one of my nephews just got caught. Look, one of my nephews love him to death. Try to tell him the same thing. He loved his woman. Now he's paying child support. She's gone. This woman just leave. Because they have so many options, bro. All these dudes slide in the DM. Right. They'll take an ugly woman and make her think she's something.
Yes, sir. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why I believe in world travel, because see, world travel removes the delusion of how men in America see themselves. They're valued more than what they really realize. I'm talking about the decent looking black men are valued or esteemed highly in foreign countries. And you know, the thing about it, they always use the same cliches. You know, they want you for money and they tricks. And we're going to get into that in a minute. Drew said, if Umar speaks 3 times in series, man. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, look, hold on, Drew. I laugh at that too. Oh, but like, I'm going to get the papers. Get the papers. I'm like, I'm going to clap them cheeks. Clap them cheeks. I got you, brother. That brother said that, brother. Look, Drew, the first time I heard Umar speaking 3 times, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I almost wrecked. I could not stop laughing hearing him speak everything 3 times, man. That is hilarious, man. But you got to give it to him. You got to give it to Umar. That's unique. You got to give him something, man.
Umar is creative, man. He's very, very creative, man. He's a creative dude. I'm gonna drop this for Umar. I got to get into the second half, man, because we got some good stuff to cover on the second half, man. Let me finish doing this simp starter pack real quick. Hold on. But she's the last one. So Miss Independent, I think we talked about her a little bit. Well, hold on. Glocktavius, hold on for a bit. I'm sure you know about Glocktavius. What's going on with the Glocktavius abroad, man? Do you see a lot of those abroad, man?
Yo, wait, you got it on Miss Independent. You talking about like the yeah, you definitely look, man, like some people might call them passport pookies. We got anybody can get a passport. I see guys that come over, but they're a little bit different. You see cats that what I notice about a lot of those cats, man, they have certain kind of energy with them. They bring that street stuff with them everywhere they go.
Mm-hmm.
Like it got people like that. Because look at it like this, man. In any community, you have those characters. Like it's like, I know you play video games. Video games got certain character sheets. Hood people are just a character sheet. Rednecks are just a character sheet.
Right.
You're going to run into them in the United States, or if you go to Thailand or Dominican Republic got their own Glocktaviuses. You know what I'm saying? They got their own hood people. But you're going to run into those cats all the time. They usually broke. Now, look, you know when the people start talking about the passport bros don't have any money? Mm-hmm. It's usually one of them cats right there.
One of them cats right there. Glocktavius, right.
Come over here. They them tricked off. They $400. They'll come over here with about $400, $500. They don't have no money. First day, they broke because look.
Jay Rello. You know who Jay Rello is?
I never met him. And look, I've heard people talk about him. I know who he is, but I never disparage people, man.
I understand, respect. I respect that.
You know that about me. I never like.
But, you don't. I apologize. You're right. You don't.
No. You're all right.
You're right.
But I've heard people say I've never talked to the guy. He was at one party I was at, but I never met him. Mm-hmm. Look, this how I am. Like even the guy was talking about Paul. I never put my mouth on a man talking about a guy unless I met him.
Right.
Myself. That's how I am. Because I like to talk to a person to see who they are. Mm-hmm. Now, but saying that, if I tell people you don't have enough money to travel, stay your broke ass at home until you get your weight up. That's how I look at anybody, because that's how I was raised. You know what my uncle told me when I was young? He said, bro, you can't afford to have a girlfriend, don't have one. Right. So I that's how I look at travel, anything. Cream gonna rise to the top.
Always.
Cream gonna always rise to the top.
Always.
And you know what? Backwash is at the bottom. So you got to pick what kind of man you're gonna be. You're gonna be cream, and you some backwash. So if you got and that's one thing happening in our space, in the travel space now. You got a lot of guys just begging to travel now. They don't have the money. They don't have the money. Right. They're going to their community. And look, if your community want to pay for grown men to travel, good. I'm not gonna hate on it. Mm-hmm. But the day you see me do that, bro, let me tell you something. I'm in serious trouble. That means that I
totally agree.
Yeah, I done fell off when I gotta beg grown men the fun. If I gotta beg to travel, I'm going back home. I'm going back to New Orleans. I'm going back to whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm going. That's it. It's over with.
I totally agree. Do you think when you travel abroad in DR, what would you say is the percentage of Glocktaviuses, Ronin? What percentage of men would you say are Glocktavius? And I know you said you had some questions for me at some point too. So anytime you want to answer me those questions, you can.
Well, I'm just saying. You think you talking about from American guys or Dominican guys?
American going to the DR, the Glocktaviuses.
It's not that many, really. People.
Oh, it's not that many. Okay.
People think. Even when you take a hotbed like Sasua, right? People always like to say stuff about Sasua. There's not that many pookies that come to Sasua like that. I'm talking about doing stuff. I see Europeans fighting. I see like a lot of brothers that I see come here. They might be flashy, got gold chains on, and I see brothers got their Sunday best on, but they ain't really hurt nobody. I rarely see like black men over here acting a damn fool, like that kind of hood cat. You see them sometime, but it's so small. Like it's not a big percentage. Hey, bro, I would give it. Now I can't speak for all countries. I would probably give it less than probably 1% that I've seen. And I'm here a lot every day. I see cats. You see it sometime. Now, I've seen white cats from different countries act crazy and getting fights with these women and all that. And I've seen a couple of black guys, but most people here are cool. Yeah, like the brother says, 0 to 5%. He's right. You don't really see a lot. I don't really see a lot of that here. Now, in America, hell yeah, I see a lot.
Right.
So the neighborhood that I grew up in is full of it. I was with my daughter one day, and I was trying to show her all the spots I lived in New Orleans. Man, I bought a 2-lane in Broad. That's where I kind of grew up at. And I lived across the river, man, Manhattan Boulevard. I bought her to some place, man. I was showing her where I stayed. The first 48 was shooting a scene there. They had everything wrapped up there. Just killed somebody. That's crazy stuff, man. So America is way more dangerous than over here. You can get into stuff here. But nah, bro. I feel 10 times safer walking around here than I ever did in New Orleans. Even I lived in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Houma, even Lafayette a little while.
Lafayette.
Yeah, but most of my life was spent between New Orleans and after the hurricane, I stayed in Baton Rouge. But dude, I feel 100 times more safe here than over there.
I'm going to ask you a question. We're going to get to the second half of the show real quick. But famous men now, Ronin, are beginning to check out, and we're going to get into that. But give me a minute, guys. We're going to get to the second half. I'm going to be respectful of Ronin's time, but the second half going to be powerful. And Ronin's done a masterful job. But guys, we're about to go down the rabbit hole. Get the likes up, share the stream, go support brother Ronin, the traveler, excellent content creator, stand up gentleman, man. Got number love and respect for that brother, guys. So get the like button, hit the like button, and guys, share the stream.
You are a victim of brokenness and despair. A broken man is a hopeless man, and a hopeless man is a very dangerous man. Many times, many of you young men that are listening come from homes that are very toxic and very dysfunctional. And because of that, many of you have deferred your power in many ways to the point it's led over into your social life, and many times led over into your relationships. If you guys are dealing with mental health pathologies, conscious and unconscious, come see me at kosherclinician@gmail.com. That's kosherclinician@gmail.com. It's important that you deal with your mental health in order to be a better person for yourself, your loved ones, and also your community. But because mental health is often stigmatized, many of you often suffer in silence. Don't be a victim in silence. And see me once again at kosherclinician@gmail.com. And I need you guys to remember this. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. There are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male. And male mental health is one of those elements that's paramount to the functioning of a man. Be well. Down the rabbit hole we go. This is the place where we explore,
who got money,
analyze, collaborate.
All right, this is the second half, Ronin. We're going to break this thing down, man. Now, let's listen to Paul Pierce, because Paul Pierce is checking out, Ronin, and the world is mad at Paul Pierce.
Wait. I saw that, but the brother said we ain't answered super chat. I didn't even see it.
Okay, I get to who was it?
No, it was 713. The brother said.
Okay. Hold tight. 713. I don't see 713. I don't see a 713.
Wait, let me see. Let me see the brother.
If I did, man, I apologize. I don't see it. Do you see it?
Yeah. Let me see.
713. I don't see a 713.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, 499. He say, do you recommend going overseas as a young man? I'm 23 from Houston, Texas. Everything is smooth here, but I want to experience. He want to experience going overseas, and yeah, bro. Look, what I'm gonna speak from my experienced. I think every man should travel overseas at least once or twice when you see your options. I know you're a Latino brother. You're gonna definitely look. You're a Latino brother. You're gonna win any way the cut go. I think you should go all through Latin America, starting with Mexico on through. Yes, because I know you speak Spanish, brother. You're gonna win more than any of us because you can understand the natural language a lot better than we can. So I would tell you to travel overseas to get that experience, especially you come from Latin culture, and Latin culture is different all the way around the world. But
right.
You're gonna understand it a lot more better, and you're gonna win. Yeah, hell yeah. You should travel as a young man, 23. It just adds to you. And look, here's the thing: what traveling overseas does to a man, it gives you your mojo back. Let me tell you something, because America will beat the hell out of your mojo. And mojo is who you are as a man. You know, I call it the werewolf. A lot of other people call it, like I know my brother called it the lion. I call it the werewolf. Getting that, yes, travel. And women will find you 10 times more attractive. Because let me tell you something. A desperate man is a lonely man. Even when he's in a house with a woman, you could be married to a woman. You're a desperate man. She won't sleep with you. She gonna dry up. She gonna be like a box of crackers down there dry. But if you're a man who have options, look, I don't know why God made women like this. Women want men who got options. That don't mean you got to take them. That don't mean that you got to take them. But if you have them, they respect that more. Especially here, if women know that you can have other women here, they respect you a lot more here. And I'm just speaking from what I've experienced myself.
I believe that.
When a woman know, if she feel like she's your end all be all, man, she'll drive too. Just like a woman in the United States, a Dominican woman to drop on you too. If you too soft, Dominican women are used to hard men. They had hard dads. They dad walk around with skinny jeans and slick hair. They don't give a shit about nothing. These dudes do their thing. Right. Like Dominican dudes have so many options. Like they don't look at women the way that we do. Us, especially Black American men, man, we so liberal. We see these women, man. You ought to see us, man. I can see them coming, man. I can see us come. We put them on a pedestal, but when we don't, when you just look at women as women, hey, bro, they take craps too. They fart.
Right.
Like you got to tell me that. I said, man, they take shits too. You know what I mean? You know, you got to tell cats this stuff because
they just human.
Me included. Sometimes we used to put women sugars and spices and everything.
Everything nice. Right.
Oh, bro, look at these. All of them been like most women, man. They've been slept with before. They've been, you know, you got to realize that. And when you bring them down a notch, you have a better situation.
You have a better situation. Yeah. I totally agree. And I've always said, Ronin, she only respects power and strength. But they're mad at Paul Pierce. They probably mad at you too, Ronin, and mad at me because they're not used to men speaking. Now let's listen to Paul Pierce, and we're gonna break this down.
You go to Europe, when you go to China, when you go to these countries, when you look at the statistics, the Americans got the most of highest divorce rate.
Yeah,
it's not even close. Man, I should give me an international girl because they give their man and treat them like this and appreciate more. I need to play my percentages like, man, Germany, they 30%. Okay. Switzerland.
Well, maybe you need to go
10% of rate in Australia. New Zealand, 1%. Oh, damn, I need to go to.
So let me ask this.
Father and mother.
这是中国女婿。
中国女婿.
Yes, that's you.
I wash my own clothes, I iron my own clothes.
What's wrong with modern women? Gone are the days where men get old school love and reciprocation. Keith Sweat recently added credence to the conversation about how selfish and entitled modern women have become. Was he correct? There's a trend that's been getting more attention lately. And it's not just about men losing interest, but often about emotional exhaustion, unmet needs, or feeling undervalued. When men check out of relationships, it can stem from a mix of personal and relational factors. Stress, lack of communication, feeling unheard, or even struggling with vulnerability.
You gotta bring son to the table to get son for me.
That's real.
It is real.
That's real. I respect it.
I don't mind telling you, I'm single.
out the country.
All right. Paul Pierce, Ronin. I didn't shed a tear, but I felt it was heartwarming to see Stephon Marbury speaking Mandarin Chinese and having his Chinese wife. That did something. That touched my heart, man.
Yeah.
And then Keith Sweat being the old head. Keith Sweat about 64. And even Keith Sweat is sick of it. And so the women say, oh, Keith Sweat can get a woman that'll cook and clean around his age. But Keith Sweat is basically trying to say, I'm a star. You got stars, man. They can't get a basic woman to cook them a meal. I remember growing up in high school, Ronin, if you were dating, well, I didn't do a lot of dating because I was in the church, but most women would cook their man a meal, and they were just common courtesy. It didn't have nothing to do with no, even if it wasn't their man, they would just cook you a meal because that was just a kind thing to do. What do you think about the big three, man? What do you think about the big three?
Wait. As far as what we just watched, let me tell you. So, first of all, I'm so happy to see Keith Sweat. The most begging is cat, but I want it. Shout out to Keith. Look, he was in Colombia. You know, I'm part of our community, man. Look, everybody sent me that picture of Keith in Colombia. I knew it was in there. I knew. Look, so nobody. Like, look, Keith them got that Maria cooch. Now here's it. But nobody. And look, Keith went to Colombia, got some of that Maria cooch. Now he on stage. They don't wash no dishes. He sound like us now. Yeah. Keith them baptized. Keith them been baptized in that mango juice. Nobody. And look, that's what happened. And so I am happy to see more men because, we always talk about the high value, man. But I always, and I appreciate Kevin Samuels, all that, the cab high value. But I always say it to myself, man, coming out the passport community. That just make you a bigger target. I looked at Tyrese crying, "What you want from me?" and all that stuff. Like, right. They want your money. They want everything for you. So people tell me all the time, well, Dominican women want your money too, but do you want to give a woman millions or you want to give him a few dollars? You know what I'm saying? So that's how I looked at it. I'm like, you know what I give Dominican women? The chump change to me, man. Like, I would rather, if I got to give away money, I'd rather give away a small amount or do it. Am I talking crazy?
Mm-hmm. Like, no, I agree with you. I think it's hypocritical, man, when they talking about they want your money and they want your money and Paul, they want your money, right? They want your money. And watch this. Paul Pierce agrees. Hold tight.
Us black men, I'm telling y'all, we need to follow in French Montana steps.
Nobody.
You see, he cracking.
He's cracking.
He like, man, I'm out here with these. No, I'm good.
Don't listen to Paul. There's women in the States that are cool and a vibe.
Nah, it ain't. The States women, they don't have the same values as these women overseas. They value they man. They priority is they man first. They not shaking ass on Instagram every
Not
day.
every woman is doing that, Paul.
That's American women. That's the majority.
No, not every woman is doing that though. I'm not doing that. So
there's more women in America doing that than out the country.
I can agree, but they're out the country. Women are getting paid $25 to have sex.
Nothing, but I'm just saying, like right now, if you ain't taking a girl shopping, if you ain't got no bread, if you it's almost impossible to get a girl out here.
What's your take on what he just said? Go ahead, brother.
Everything is a man. I'm so glad to see. Let me tell you, man. Paul Pierce about to make me go and buy one of his old ass jerseys. Let me tell you something, man. Paul Pierce is my hero because he's saying the truth. Like a lot of us as black men don't want to say nothing. Mm-hmm. We sit silent. Like Big Daddy sitting in the back watching that old TV. We sit silent. So I appreciate, and that's what I was saying. A lot more of us are now speaking up. I don't know if it's the internet. We're doing that. So even seeing old Keith Sweat get up there and say that, because let me tell you, Keith Sweat is a symbol for black women. You know how many black women I met that love Keith, they play Keith Sweat all day. That played for him to get on that stage. That took something for Keith Sweat to do that.
That took some Keith Sweat, right?
That took some, and I know what happened to Keith Sweat. Keith Sweat was down there and caught their hand, and one of the women grabbed him. Nobody. I know she grabbed it. Make it last forever. That's what he said to Maria. Don't let our love go. I know that woman was. Oh. I know that one. Look, I know what Maria did to Keith Sweat. Don't stop your love. Keith Sweat was saying all this stuff.
You wild, man. You wild, man.
You know Keith Sweat was in there. Don't stop your love. I know what happened to Keith Sweat going to Cartagena. The women did it to him, and for Keith Sweat, think about this. Keith Sweat, look, all the sisters love Keith Sweat of a certain age, especially Generation X on up. Love Keith Sweat, like, and for Keith Sweat to get up there and do that, yeah, like the brother said, yeah, Keith Sweat on the route, he's on the Mount Rushmore.
I agree.
They love Keith Sweat. For Keith Sweat to sit there and say that, bro, that took something.
That took something. I agree.
So that means he had those type of experiences, and that's what's happening when you trap. So when you seeing a lot of other people that's leaving the country experience, you're gonna see more and more. As many men catch L's in the United States.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
More and more. And you're going to see these men, they're not going to be scared to speak because they took L's. You're going to see more and more men now saying, hey, go overseas. Even people like Umar Johnson. Now, look.
Right. I agree.
Now, look, I'm going to put my 10-4 Yankee hat on again. Watch Umar Johnson when he can't get money from these women because of whatever, because he's being attacked right now by black women.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like that same woman, like he got women attacking him now. So watch this. We're gonna put this right here. Umar Johnson's gonna start dating women overseas. They're gonna be black women. They're gonna be blackity black women, but all over. He's gonna start dating Haitians and all this stuff. He's gonna start talking about it. Brothers, get you a real Haitian. Brothers, get you a real Haitian. Brothers, get you a real Haitian. Then he's gonna say it 4 times. Brothers, get you a real Haitian.
He said 4 times.
Yeah, he's gonna say it 4 times.
Yeah,
but he's
serious,
gonna start saying, no, he's going to start telling you to leave out of the country and find you a real sister. He's going to turn on the women because they're going to stop giving them money. He's going to start saying, man, go to Ghana, brother. Go to South Africa, brother. And you're going to see a switch in our culture. And boy, that's when we're going to hit ground zero. Look, they say what they want by Trump. Trump got 3 more years left. You're going to see scorched earth with Section A and all this stuff and DEI. That shit over with. So you're going to see women push hard. Boy, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to see campaigns ran against stopping men leaving the United States.
I agree with you 100%. I'll say that years ago, Ronin. I'll say that years ago. It's coming, man. I agree with you 100%. Right.
And women go vote for it. You're going to see men on one side, you're going to see women on the other side. They go, like, people hear this and they like, man, you talking crazy. Because I got my 10-4 Philly hat on right now.
I agree with you 100%. I'll say that I won't be surprised if they pass legislation to stop the passport bros.
They're gonna try to stop. The force is too big,
right?
Dude, when I tell you, when I hit that airport and see all the men, I'm like, God damn, this is ridiculous. So all the men, and look, bro, people say what they want by Sasua, man. Good Lord. When you hit Sasua and you see all these black and white men together and they all chilling. That's some nasty work. You hear me?
Right.
Man, that is crazy. These dudes coming over here, that you don't see that in the United States. Like you said, they got white separatists trying to make their own towns in Arkansas, and let them do it. I think go ahead. I think you go ahead and do whatever you want. But over here, we coming together. Y'all do that. I look at America different because I don't live there all the time like that.
Right.
I do go a couple of months. Right. But let people, if you want to do it, go knock yourself out. I think black folks do better. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. Go ahead. The only people trying to force people to be around them are weirdos. People don't want to be around.
I totally agree.
Yeah, leave him alone.
I totally agree. Hold tight. Let's hit this one. Hold tight.
If you ain't doing that, like you go overseas, you can get a broke nigga, right? Go overseas, you got a couple hundred.
He can get her because he got a couple.
He gonna feel appreciated. American women values, or us as American people values as a black man here, why would I want to pursue an American woman who thinks that if I'm not on the internet, shaking ass or showing my body off, that I'm not cracking, because that's what the majority think. And that's what the majority do to just feel appreciated. Like, how do I even have a relationship when I'm dating a girl and she on the internet thing, turning around.
You love to do the turning around.
Doing all this. But then the day she get mad at me, when every day they flooding her comments, complimenting her like, "Oh, you look so good, baby." Like, how do I compete with that in a relationship?
So you talk about that,
you
Ron.
getting all these compliments on the day. How do I compete?
You know what
I
it
can't
is?
give you enough compliments throughout the day that's gonna compete with what you gonna get on the internet.
I totally agree. Fire. Good dress up, man.
That is some fire. That's some fire, right? That's true.
So what do you think about what he said? Because I agree with him. That's why I said I fundamentally want to deal with, because I'm not going to be competing with a bunch of, if you're going to be my woman, you can't have no social media. I know that sounds draconian, but I'm not putting myself up for the okadoke for you to have, unless you're doing business. It's a business social media account. But if you're going to be with me, I'm going to say, nah, I'll have to monitor it, but I don't have time for that nonsense, man, because a lot of women do have a lot of men in their DMs. They're getting all this attention, and it's making them think they're better than what they really are. Briefly, before we get into this other part, what do you think about what Paul Pierce said, man?
He's 100% right, bro. Look, these women have so many. I kept saying it, man. Brothers don't realize how many options they women have.
Right.
And they don't really understand this. So dudes, even the biggest simps in the United States, right? The biggest plantation bros don't realize how many men his woman is talking to. He has no idea. You talking about the emperor don't have any clothes. This ninja don't have a mind.
Right. Go ahead.
Look, let me tell you, man. I remember dating a chick before, right? And this is when Facebook was big. She was in the bathroom, so I go to her laptop to log into my Facebook, but I click on hers, and her messenger was full. Trip me the hell out. She has so many messages from dudes she had been in college with, in high school. There was so many men that had liked her page. She had put a picture of her getting up, fixing her hair. And bruh, it was literally hundreds of dudes saying, "You're beautiful, you're this, you're a queen." And I'm like, wow. And seeing that's what these women, that's what has ruined dating. That's what has ruined a lot of America. Social media give these women, like, women love validation. They don't mean they sleep with everybody, but
right.
It's like a pep talk for a person, right? Like a lot of us, we like motivation. I like motivation. I watch motivation. I like motivation. You know what I'm saying? Dude, man, you could do this. You're a king. You're this and that. To a woman, all these dusty ninjas who she'll never sleep with, telling her how beautiful she is. You are beautiful. You're beautiful. That does her something. And you know what she do? She come look at your ass and say, "I could do better than you."
Right.
That has ruined relationships in the United States.
I totally agree.
Hey, bro, let me tell you, it done went to these women's heads, and I realized something with seeing that. Most of these women, man, they 304s, a lot of them, because of that. Oh, man, because every now and then Big Willie slide in that DM too. A dude who she had no way to reach on the street, they slide in the DM. Look, one of my cousins, man, she worked at a hospital nurse, beautiful girl, beautiful Creole girl, long curly hair. She was showing me NBA and NFL players in her DM, and she was laughing. She showed it to me, my mom, all of us. She like, look at all these people in my DM, and it was famous people in there. Right. Dude, brother, she was bringing in. She has a membership, right? Like all of us have on our YouTube, right? She showed me. She made me mad. She was bringing in $10,000 a month from a dollar membership, and all of them was men. All these men, listen. Wow. She was bringing in $10,000, and you know what she does? She don't give no value. She don't help nobody. She just puts on makeup. My cousin. Mm-hmm. And look, we can give men all the value in the world. Now I have some good members, but most men won't even sign up for $1 members from you. You can get him all.
I totally agree, man. Totally
you can get him all the best advice. You can tell all the You can give him all the clinical data you want to give him. they ain't gonna give you nothing. But a woman can put on some booty shorts and walk around the living room, and these brothers will get them everything they have. So that's the problem. That's it. Am I wrong or not?
You're telling the truth, man, and that's what makes it hard sometimes doing male-centered content, because you don't get the respect you deserve. You take all the risk, but you don't get the respect, man. You have a woman come on, don't have nowhere near the education experience or the creativity, and they'll pay their money to her, even though a lot of them are just grifting men anyway. They come into men's spaces, man. They use men to make money off of. But, you can be a competent person, you know all the ins and outs, all the nuances about how women think, the mind and all that. And you gotta be begging like Keith Sweat saying nobody. But here's the crazy thing, man. This is what do you think about Ricky Smiley, man? Ricky Smiley sounds a little on the happy side, but what do you think about this? And you see the little Latina woman here in the middle. So let's listen to this.
Did you see that
Fair
post?
use.
People are talking. Here's what's trending on the Ricky Smiley Morning Show.
All right, so Ricky Smiley Morning Show. Hey, the time right now is 27 after the hour, y'all. More and more American men are becoming fed up with American women and are reportedly unhappy with the local dating scene. And many men are starting to travel to foreign countries to meet better prospects.
Fair use.
Yeah, Ricky, Paul Pierce is stirring the pot with his latest dating advice for black men in America. On a recent episode of The Truth After Dark with Paul and Azar, the NBA legend encouraged men to follow rapper French Montana's lead and consider dating women from overseas rather than American women from the States. French is rumored to be dating the Princess of Dubai. Listen to what he said.
Us black men, I'm telling y'all, we need to follow in French Montana steps. You see, he cracking.
He's cracking.
He's like, man, I'm out here with these. I'm good.
Don't listen to Paul. There's women in the States that are cool and a vibe.
Nah, it ain't.
Right.
The States women, they don't have the same values as these women overseas. They value they men. They priority is they men first. They not shaking ass on Instagram. If you ain't taking a girl shopping, if you ain't got no bread, if you it's almost impossible to get a girl out here.
Yeah, he's right about that.
That's why they call him the truth. so this morning we want to know.
No, he's right. Cortez, you're right.
He's right.
And does Paul Pierce have a point? Should men date overseas? And women, would you date a man from another country? You can find a really, really fly, dope woman in the United States of America. It's a lot of dope, beautiful women, especially the ones with the little locks. And the one that be burning incense and listening to.
I know something like that.
Oh, you know something like that?
Yeah, I know. I know one like that who's probably watching
this.
There's
some good
right
women
now.
out here. As long as they have a positive mother, and
I ain't saying she no good.
Some cool ass girlfriend that's in a relationship, have a shot with her. You have to look at her mother and who she hang with. You know what I'm saying? If she watch Housewives.
Now, Simps Smiley, he has some good talking points, but Simps Smiley, man, you're gonna hear some of the simpery that he said about. He said, "I ain't asking a woman to cook or to clean." I never understood how anything a woman does for a man is slavery, but women expect men to buy meals, do dinner dates, cut grass, take them out to expensive. That's a form of slavery. But but they have been so conditioned, that's called paranoid persecution, that anything a man asks for is a problem. Cortez said the girl who made 2,000 was Jessica X. And to her credit, she even asked for the super chat. Yeah, I agree with. But what do you think about what my man is saying, man? About what Ricky Smiley said.
Well, you talking about what he said so far about men traveling overseas, or what he's going to get into?
Okay, we'll hold tight. We'll just hold tight.
Yeah, watch all the Housewives shows, and got a single mother and single sisters and single friends and all of them just negative and all that kind of stuff. You fighting against all of that. But you get somebody, man, that got cool, that hang out with married couples and looking to be married and make your life easier. She don't have to have nothing. I don't give a damn if you work at Burger King. If you find and you take care of yourself and you don't have masculine energy. And when we say masculine energy, I'm talking about, man, just a nice, sweet, calm attitude. And let me clear some up. Brett, you in the LGBT community, and you are way more soft than some of the women out here that I have seen. And the way, like you so peaceful and calm, and cool and quiet and discreet and beautiful and loving. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
that.
I was raised by good parents and
Like that.
my grandmothers. Yeah.
Yeah, you get something. Then like if you watching an episode of Housewives of Atlanta and your nerves don't get bad to the point where that means you get a kick out of conflict.
And that's how toxic American women have become. Their Ricky Smiley is about that. When you look at Real Housewives of Atlanta, I know your testosterone drops, Rona. What's your take on what he said about? They said, "Sister Smiley, put your dress back on."
Yeah, I mean, like Ricky Smiley, man. Like when you look at him, he's catering to his audience, right?
Right. He has to. Right.
So he has to. These dudes, man, they're cooked. Just like Obama was talking, like it's the same thing, man. They make their money from trying to keep you on the plantation.
Right.
That's where they make their money from. Even though he said some things that might be true about men wanting to have more. And I'm gonna tell guys something. The reason why they hate a man like me or like a Paul Pierce, because yet we're gonna tell the truth. So Paul Pierce is now. Let me tell you something. Somebody gonna come out with something negative, very bad about Paul Pierce. They're gonna try and shit him up.
Oh yeah. You're gonna hear it in this video, but keep talking. Go ahead. You'll hear it.
You're gonna hear some woman say he touched him in 1987 when he was 6. Right. Somebody gonna come out with
when he was 6.
Yeah, when he was 6. they have a way to buck break black men.
Buck break. I totally agree.
They have a buck breaking way to do what with anytime we say stuff. So that's why I tell men all the time, don't look for celebrities to save you, because they have a way to keep them like quiet. But us, they have no way to keep us quiet. We can say what we want. Like ain't no way you can't stop me. What you gonna do to me? I don't have no job. What you gonna do to me? You can say anything to me. Like what you gonna do to me? Really to stop me from being me. And that's the thing that I think. But I love that Paul Pierce had the balls to grab the bull by the horn and say the truth. Because look, the truth will always set you free. But the truth is so hard to get to because of people. And Ricky Smiley, D.L. Hughley, all these dudes are bought and paid for, man. Steve Harvey, even though they might say things I agree with sometimes, but the Roland Martins, all these guys, man, they are, and he's supposed to be the black male role models we supposed to look up to.
Right.
They done. They cook.
Right. But a lot of them are you know, with the Boule Negroes, man. You know, black Greeks. They probably the Boule buffer class, man. They are paid. They're paid field hands, in my opinion. And they make money exploiting black folks. Go ahead, brother.
Let me ask you this: you're educated brother. You're an educated brother. I'm a blue collar guy. You're a white collar guy.
Right.
What is it with us that we just can't look? I always tell people it's not about Republican, Democrat. It's about what's right. Why can't we just say, hey, this is what we want? Who's gonna give it to us? Why we gotta go through all these motions, whether it's relationships, whether it's politics, whether it's church? Why are we waiting for a so-called Jesus figure to tell us what to do?
Because change takes place when the pain of your current situation is greater than the act of change itself. Change is a process. So when you get tired of being tired, then you're a change. And then also power never conceded to nothing without a struggle. According to Frederick Douglass, it never happened and never will. You're dealing with two different dynamics. You're dealing with the power brokers and the powers to be, and then you're dealing with people that are complicit in mediocrity. You got to understand the freedom fighters and those in the freedom movement in the South. They got tired of being slaves. They got tired of being called the N-word, and they did something about it, even if it meant death. So some folks ain't tired of being tired yet. But once they get tired of being tired, that's when change is going to take place.
Man, that what you just said made
that makes sense.
It made so much sense that most people are not, and I think that's why they want to keep black men out of the black community, because we would fix. Listen, men are always the builders of any society.
I agree.
The reason why they want the kids fatherless, most of the black men in a lot of places, they weren't raised with fathers. They don't know how to build. Boy, when you have a father, we would fix the black community like that.
We will fix it in no time.
They hate people like me. Look, bro, I worked in construction and real estate all my life. I've tried to go back to, some people say, why don't you go back? I went back. Do you know how many guys I taught trades to? I meet up with guys I've taught in New Orleans and Baton Rouge to this day. That's flipping houses, building community. One dude broke into one of my houses. Let me give you a smaller story. Look, one boy at the time, I was in Baton Rouge at the time. It was just in Gardere Lane for anybody from Louisiana. Gardere Lane. He was breaking in a house I kept fixing up. I caught him in there, man, and I ran up on him. Man, what's wrong with you? I said, where your mom? And I didn't want to call the cops on him. I don't want to get hurt. I brought him to his mom. His mom was a drug head and all this stuff. And he said, man, your son was in my house again. I'm trying to sell his house. He's broke in there. And when I saw where he was living at, it was destroyed. His mom was done. I said, man, why are you in here? Why you got to break in the house? He's like, I need somewhere to sleep at. I said, look, you help me finish fixing this house up. I'll let you sleep there. And you know what he told me? He said, teach me how to do it. And I said, you got to go back to school. He decided, bruh, I let this boy move in my house. Listen to me. I took a young man in. You know how hard that was for me? I have daughters. I don't even know this kid, but I took him in like a son. You know what this boy doing right now? His dude is doing phenomenal.
Doing phenomenal, right.
His dad was in Angola. Never knew his dad. I took him like a son. I talk to this boy every day. And he's doing phenomenal because I took the time to look at him and say, hey, bro, I don't want you to go to jail. I saw where he was at. And this boy right now, man, he's like 30 years old. He's killing the game. He's married. He got a family. Right now, he lives in Prairieville, Louisiana. That's between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. He got a giant house. He's doing good. He's flipping homes. Like, to do that made me feel proud.
I'm proud of you for doing it.
Yeah, I've done that with a couple of guys, man. Even in the church I was going to, I took all the young guys, man, and I taught them I taught them what I knew. I taught them how to do the same. A lot of them did it. So that's what they don't want, though. When I agree. The bigger population, they don't want us as men fixing things because they want to fill them jail cells up. They want women to be, you don't need no man. Why do you think they push this? They push that strong, independent woman. And not just, look, it's not just in the black community. We're the test subjects. They start with us and they put it out to the world. We're the test subject. We're the guinea pig. So, look, I don't want to get in all you. I start going on that. I put my 10-4.
I know when you're going there. What you're saying is true, man. You're a bright brother, man, and I agree with you. And you know, to be the fact, man. You know, I was blue collar before I was white collar. I worked at a chicken plant for about 3 months, man. And I worked at Purdue Incorporated, man. And that chicken plant, Ronin, the crate hit me in my mouth right here and left a scar. And I would wake up every night, man, thinking about billions and yellow lights, man. I said, I got to get off this plantation, man. You got some folks that been on plantations for years. I worked at a peanut plant. You remember Anheuser-Busch? You remember Eagle Snacks potato chips back in the day?
Yeah.
I used to make that, man, for about 4 years, man, while I was going back and forth to college. So I was blue collar first, but I just, you know, I respect blue collar men because my dad was a blue collar man. He worked in the paper mill. And I did some blue collar work, but I've always had respect for blue collar. Look, you're gonna laugh at this, Ron. I call myself catwalk bougie. I'm catwalk bougie. I know what it is to be on the catwalk, like with guys with the hard hat on. I know how to be bougie too. So I'm a cross between two. Hold tight.
You like mess. You indulge in that kind of stuff, and man, just to find somebody that's gonna go to your heart, man. Somebody that's a helper or whatever. Yeah. We ain't talking about cook. We ain't talking about cook and clean up. But you just bring just a level thoughtful. Of peace.
Now, look how he simped out. Keep that in mind while we playing it, brother. Keep that in mind.
No, yeah.
Jesus.
And be thoughtful and
they
considerate. Yep, they are.
They out there. They are. I help you stay organized and help you with got some solutions to some of your problems. You know, bring us solutions. Because if you're a CEO, like I am, you got a lot of problems. So you don't need another problem. You need somebody that's going to offer solutions. to help you with some of the problems. That's real talk.
Well,
real, and they're here right here in the United States. They're here.
Well, I hear everything you're saying, though, Ricky. But now, that Paul Pierce guy, honey, now some of these black women he talking about need to follow those women that's overseas, honey. Need to follow their way of doing things. Get a damn man at work. Half of these damn black men don't want to work. They want you to go to work every morning. They want to drive you off to work.
Now, listen to Andrew Caldwell. Andrew Caldwell. Oh man, Andrew Caldwell up there, because we know where that's going from, and that's the same fake narrative that they all say about black men in general. I don't think that's a true representation of black men in general. No. I think that's a representation of some, but you got men like whoever this guy is. I call him Andrew Caldwell. Hold tight.
That guy real zesty just now.
Right. Yeah. He need to be delivered. Hold on.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women.
Yeah. He need to be delivered with a T on the end, Ronin. He needs to be delivered, man. And that's the same broad over the generalization that they castigate to all black men. Is there a percentage of black men that do this? Yes, but that's not most black men. They not even getting no. They don't even have a girlfriend or don't get no action at all. So how can this man equivocate that? They take a fraction of the black men, which is an ego, which is a thought distortion, and equivocate it to all black men. That burns me up. What's your take on that briefly? Go ahead.
They raised them.
They raised them, right?
They raised what they complaining about. Listen,
right.
Most of these black dudes who they're talking about, because look, most of the black men I know don't act like that.
Right.
Like, I'm telling you, I'm just being real. They got these 1975 stereotypes, brother said wrong stereotype. That look, think about what you just heard. A weak black man.
Black man, right.
You got a simp black man, a zesty black man, and a strong black queen.
Right.
Yeah, the brother said, it's raining men. Hallelujah. Now, that's who rule the black community. Like,
that's
think
who
about that.
Right.
Who rules the black community?
Right.
Listen, simp black men.
Simp black men, right.
Vote like a woman, like Roland Martin said. You vote
Right.
like a woman. Like what,
Right.
what man would say that?
Right.
So you got a simp black man, a gay black man, and a strong woman.
Mhm.
And so you got three people against you as a regular straight-laced black dude. You got those street influences against you. And let me tell you something, man. Now look, here's my problem. I love, like you said, man, I start going to church and I respect religion a lot. I do.
Right.
My one thing I kick against is you got a lot of them kind of ninjas in the church.
Yeah, you do.
Some of the biggest guys that go against the passport bro, the travel space.
Yes, sir.
They are in the black church. And you know what they tell you?
Yes, sir.
And you know what they say? I get this a lot. Dudes tell me this. I heard religious guy, even dudes come from, look, I've had guys contact me in the church I used to come from.
Really?
Dude, like, hey, man, a woman gonna be in her feminine when you're in your masculine.
That's
and
a lie.
Tell them, I say, you can't put on femininity, brother.
Right.
You're not.
You're not. Right.
I told one of them that and he hung up. And
of course he did.
Yeah, but this guy was my friend I was cool with. And you can't turn it off and on like a light switch. Look, I live with a woman feminine right now. She's mad with me right now. You know why she's mad with me? No. Let me tell you.
Why she mad, bro?
Because I told her we was going. She took out some chicken wings. She was gonna fry them.
Right.
Look, she was gonna fry chicken wings tonight. I said, hey. I told her when I was talking to our neighbor. I said, hey, don't worry about cooking tonight. I said, you don't have to cook nothing tonight. We just order something from the store over here, or the Kamado, like we say. And she's mad. She want to fry the wings. She want to cook like this woman. They used to cooking food. Because what she said, if what do you need me for? Like, she's used to just doing, look, no matter what I tell this woman, look.
Right.
Look, this woman is like, and I'm just not gonna.
She's raised to be a wife.
But a lot of women I've had, they like the Terminator, man. They just keep coming. I say, stop clean. I'm saying, hey, you need to clean up. I'm trying to do YouTube. They just keep sweeping. Don't sweep on my foot. Just stop. No matter what you say, No matter what you do, they just keep coming. So I've learned to just let them stay in their feminine energy.
Let them stay in their
I've
femininity,
learned
right.
like I learned that because I had hangups too, man. Coming from America, I had hangups. Like I'm like, hey, you ain't gotta do all that. You know, you don't gotta do it. But I learned that that's the wrong way. Let them do
It
what
is the
they
wrong
do.
way. Right.
That's the wrong way.
I totally agree. Allowing them to do what they do is what keeps them feminine. Because right, that's what makes them feminine. If you got a woman serving you, if you're serving, like I always tell me and Roland, that woman was made to serve men on the front end, and he served her on the back end. She served him on the front, he served her on the back. That's what makes her love you, because part of a woman's love for a man is respect and duty. If a woman can love you outside of how she feels, that means she loves you. That means I'm doing stuff I don't want to do, but I'm doing it because I know that's the right thing to do, and you're my man. That means that woman love you, man.
Yeah,
that's true love for a man.
That brother
That's true love for a
laughing.
man.
Hey, Larry, man, this mug just like I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not to get on my nerves. It's always. Oh man, can you sit your and look? I'm so many times I'm like, can you please sit your hell down? Can you stop? They just like that because look, be my mother-in-law like that. My mother-in-law does that. She come over here. I'm like, man, what the hell? But I learned to shut up. No matter what, just let them do their thing. They trying to seem wanted because we talked about earlier the competition is fierce. You know how many women? You know how many women over here will want to clean up for you? You know how many women want to fry you some chicken?
Yes, sir.
You know how many
yes,
women
sir.
want?
Yes, sir.
So, and that's why I tell men all the time when they do come here, don't let the wrong woman run like fry you some chicken and you think you got something. There's different levels to the game, but it feels good because, and look, there's women in the States who will cook for you sometime and do things, but sooner or later, she gonna tell you, I'm tired of you. Oh, wait, you been, you know what I'm saying? They feel like they quit. Even, bro, I done had women who didn't even work and tell me, why I gotta cook you something.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah, bro, I done had that stuff before in my life. That's why I understand whenever men tell me, look, now men talk to me every day. I hear stuff that I would have never put up with, but I understand it. I was talking to a guy yesterday, right? I'm gonna tell you something crazy what I'm about to, and he told me to say it because I never say nothing that men don't say. A woman had told him in the United States somebody was her brother, right? He let the man move into his house. Tell me what you think about this. He come home from work one day. He caught them in the bed together.
Right.
And that's not even the worst part. You know what the worst part was?
What's the worst part?
He stayed with the woman.
Oh, simp. Oh, simp. A simp in a can. I call that spam.
Look, hey, I know you in that profession. Have you ever heard of anything like this?
I have. I have. I tell him. Can I tell you the story real quick, Ron?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I had a situation, Ron, of a couple that was doing couples therapy. The woman was a self-proclaimed therapist, and for the sake of anonymity, you know, I'll fabricate the story a little bit. And so John Doe got with Jane Doe, and they were newlywed, man. And so during the session, the woman, she said that we were trying to gang up on her. I said, man, we're not trying to gang up on you. And so she finally confessed that she had, you know, been with another man. And so the guy came to her and asked her the question, the white guy. He said to his wife, did he use protection? He said, I'm like, you dumb simp. Why does it matter if he used that or not? I mean, you know, you were violated as a man. Then I had another situation of a guy where his wife reached out to an ex twice and sent him some money for food. Dang. And he still stayed. Nasty work, man. And he still stayed, man. So yeah, I've seen it, man. And a lot of it. Yeah,
that's how I got to Dominican Republic. The guy Eddie that I told you about. Anybody know my story? He was the one saying to come to Santo Domingo, and his old lady Brittany, when he went to the woman's mother's house, they found letters. He found the letters from her with this guy that was in Angola, and Brittany's white and he was black, and that's what happened with him. He stayed with the woman. Look, we all had went through divorces or got free, and he was with us. He was like, I'm free too. We all go. He was the main one pushing Santo Domingo. So I'm like, yeah, I get to the airport, I land over here. None of them ninjas there. They not there. And when I called him, I remember the thing when he answered the phone, he like, hey, bro, I'm over here with Brittany and we talking it out. I'm like, no. It was like, and it didn't work. He tried to fix it with the woman.
It never works.
Like, he murked himself. She left him. This woman left him for a dude that was in prison. Had been in prison for years, but that was her first love. That means he put it on her. He did something to her. They had a bond deeper than my boy paying all these bills.
Right.
Look, and not only did he take care of her, he took care of her mother. And she had a child for a whole nother man. He took care of this child.
Oh, simp.
He simped, hey, bro. And this guy was a good friend of mine. We used to draw together. We used to own a clothing brand together. That's how I met him. And bro, we made good money, everything, but he was the biggest simp you have ever seen. Like he was a simp. He put the S in the simp. And he paid all these bills, did all this stuff, took care of another man's child. And that woman threw him away like a piece of New Orleans trash. And he never made it to he ended up murking himself.
That's sad, man. That's so sad.
Bro.
Right. And that's why I said, Ronin, she only respects power and strength. She only respects power and strength, man. Cortez, you said something about the wall, and you're right. It is a myth, but I will add nuance to that, Cortez. You are correct, but it is a myth. But the whole point of the wall is not the fact that a woman can't get a man. We know she can get a man, but she can't get the man she got in her past. That's what they really mean by hitting the wall. It don't mean that she can't get a man, because you're right, she can still get a man, but she can't get the top tier men that she used to get in her 20s and her 30s. If you don't believe me, ask Vivica A. Fox, ask Halle Berry. So the wall is real. It's real, man. It's super real. Let's get back to it, Ronin, real quick. Hold tight.
Your damn car, and he go gallivanting and doing all other kind of stuff and messing with other women and stuff like that. So how in the hell he gonna talk about what women do overseas? How many women has he been with overseas? That women get sick of that mess too. Hell, get sick of coming home being mess and get sick of him cheating and ripping and running, doing all other kind of stuff too. So so he needs to shut his mouth up, because he don't know what every black woman have to go through. How black woman have to go through, got to raise his child while he playing damn video games half of the day when he get off from work. So no,
but
I don't agree with that.
Also, they use French Montana as you know, as
the
and he's
guy.
Not, he's not even American born. He's born in Morocco, and everybody not gonna get a Dubai princess. Like he's dating.
Everybody can get a Dubai
princess.
Damn it, a Dubai something.
She's beautiful. She's beautiful.
We'll take America something. If she's beautiful and she brings peace, that's all we want is peace.
And that's all women want is peace. Hell, they just want peace too when they go to work and come home and gotta look at Leroy sitting up there, damn it, scratching himself. No,
Leroy.
Damn, Leroy.
What, you a slave?
Well, he could be one. Hell,
you can't come up with no other name. You can't say Michael or Corey or something.
Shout out to all the Leroys out there.
Shaquavers.
They all dead.
Yeah, you get Shaquavers. Then that's their new name.
Shaquavers.
Anything with the bus.
Yeah, that's them little mama's boys. They be 13 years old, their mama still kiss them in the mouth. Got 2 earrings on. This my little man right here. This my little man.
So what are you thinking about what they're saying, Ronin? Overall, what are you thinking? What's going through your head, brother?
I heard the moist guy and got mad. I just like he's picking the lowest common denominator of men. Talking about video games and they like it's horrible. I don't understand why moist cats speaking on stuff like this. Man, you got your own community. This ain't got nothing to do with you at all. Like, but they always find the lowest hanging fruit. Like the average man is nothing like what they're saying at all. Like it is nothing like that. So that's why we have you know why they really scared? This is why they really scared, because YouTube is the new TV.
I agree.
This is the new. Now,
I agree.
We have the way. Look, I mean, I can look on my back end. Let me explain. I'm looking on my back end, what I can see. Look, this is crazy. Over 3,800 people I can see. Like y'all probably can't see it, but on my back, over 3,800 people don't watch this already.
Yeah. You killing it, man.
In a couple of hours. So that mean that this gonna go on and get thousands of views. So now we are competition for Ricky Smiley's and all that, or the Roland Martins or anybody. We are the competition. So of course they hate us.
Right.
We build our own communities. We build our
own communities.
So they hate that.
Yes, sir. Right.
We can now, at one time when I was a little kid, Rolanda and Ricky Lake, they say black men ain't nothing. Oprah Winfrey, Harpo, The Color Purple, Danny Glover smacking Whoopi Goldberg or ugly self. We had all that. Then now we can counter these things and show our side. For a long time, men had to stay asleep, especially black. We had to stay asleep. We had to take it. We had to deal with all, like brothers, yes, shout out Cortez. We had to deal with all that propaganda. Now we can speak up for ourselves, and that's what they hate. They hate all this situation. That's why they hate any kind of group. They try to label you misogynistic. If it's manosphere, you're a misogynist. The passport bros, you're a predator. They try, look, labels mean stuff. They do that.
It does. Right.
Yeah. Look, it's no different than they did our people back in the day after freedom. They'll say a free black man is he's a predator, he's a rapist, he's out here trying to do this. They say those words, they try to stick these words to you. They dip them in tar and throw them on you. That we are out here doing these things. I'm telling you, that's why they use these things. So what I think about it, BS. And we gonna roll over them. Like I'm at a mind now. Like I told you, I was talking about this earlier. I was like my getting out of it.
Right.
But the brothers told me, and they done re-energized me. I'm gonna roll even harder. They ain't seen nothing yet. now I'm gonna roll even harder. I'm gonna get it more. Look, I've been holding back. Look, I can go in the boy. I could really no. Look, you don't want to see me swing. Now you're going to see me start swinging harder on it. And I'm going to try to push more and more men into freedom. You're going to see that more. So that's what I think about it. A zesty man can't, look, I don't care nothing. I don't get in zesty business.
I don't either.
I don't get into zesty. Zesty men can do whatever the hell they want.
I totally agree.
But don't get in my business.
And I totally agree. And I never understood why happy men are concerned about what heterosexual men are doing with their business. Just like you remember, you saw the zesty guy that was in Cartagena, and he was worried about what American men were doing, and they over there. I want you to hear this woman, man. I want to hear some of the women call in. They got problem with passport bros. Hold tight. Because there were some women that called in. Hold on.
So this morning, we want to know, have women lost sight of their values? Does Paul Pierce have a point? And should men
tell me what you think about what the woman is saying to call in.
Do y'all feel like y'all want to date men from overseas?
They can't.
8669 Ricky 866.
They can't. They can't.
RICKEY Rick Smiley Morning Show. All right, y'all, Rick Smiley Morning Show. Listen, we having a good conversation this morning. Paul Pierce is claiming that American men should date women from other countries because he feel like a lot of women are lacking traditional values.
Now listen to what Kesha said.
Real quick, when he said traditional values, what do you think he means? Because we want to clarify.
I mean, maybe he means, the woman is the woman. I think he's kind of angry though, honestly, because he went through a divorce.
You see that? You see that?
I think he means, the woman's the woman who, kind of like
who hurt you.
Ricky, you seem very traditional. You want a woman who makes your home peaceful. Like your home is your castle. I know when I was growing up, we had a very tiny house in Oak Cliff, but it was my daddy's castle. And when he got home, it was peaceful. I mean, except for the kids. But my mom made it as peaceful as she could.
That's it. That's, and I tell you, that's all. You know what I'm saying? I me personally, even before my comedy career took off, I paid all the bills, and I just made sure I provided a nice space, for my wife and I, or whatever.
And that's where he messed up at.
Yeah.
One of the biggest things I've learned, Roland, in life, if you have a woman, and listen what Simply Smile is about to say in a few minutes. Just like you said, you got to let them do their job and be women.
Yeah.
You cannot do all of that for women because internally, it's sometimes subconscious. It'll make them not respect you. Yeah. Women want to feel like they're needed by men, even if they tell you they don't. They want to feel like they're useful, and you doing everything for it doesn't make her respect you. That's why Ricky Smile is a simp, man, and he might mean well, but he's a simp. Hold tight.
I wasn't asking her for no money to pay no bills or whatever, but I wasn't like, you need to cook, because I did all that too. Did cooking, washing clothes, cleaning up,
clothes and cook.
And all that stuff. That's where it kind of went down.
And that's where it went downhill.
I just wanted to have a little bit of help, just at least when I come home. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to go get the newspaper and bring me my, like not that kind of slavery mindset type of stuff or whatever, but just create a comfortable, relaxing environment that you and I can enjoy together, not just for me, for us. We could have a good time. I had a good girlfriend. I messed that damn relationship up. I had a good girlfriend that did all of that and stuff. And then career took off, and now women paying $30 and $40 to see you perform lined up around the corner. And stuff.
You can run the block. You can run the block with that girlfriend. Where's she at?
You got caught up, man. You probably got some little bike and short start coming to them shows in the 90s. But they be saying they be scamming.
Hold on.
Good lives, honey. Nice homes. And look at Real Housewives of Atlanta. All the women got an African man.
Well, let's see what the
listeners
have to say. Good morning.
Hold on. That's the fruit said.
They be scamming.
Well, the American man scam just as much too.
We can have a good time. I had a good girlfriend.
This is what Juicy Fruit said.
Listen. I had a good girlfriend that did all of that and stuff, and then career took off, and now women paying $30 and $40 to see you perform lined up around the corner. And stuff.
You can run the block. You can run the block with that girlfriend. Where's she at?
You got caught up, man. You probably got some little bike and short start coming to them shows in the 90s.
But you know what, though, Ricky? I think too more women want men with more traditional values.
And what you mean by that?
Look at these women, honey. All these women getting these Africans, honey. They don't want no American man. They want an African man that works.
But they be saying they be scamming.
Well, the American man scam just as much too, though. But the African men, honey, are providing jobs. They're giving women nice houses to live in. They taking care of their kids. I mean, and they're doing more things than the American man is doing. Because the American man ain't doing much. He's leaving his kids behind for the most part, unless somebody else raise them. So, I mean, the African men coming along and giving these girls good lives, honey, nice homes. And look at Real Housewives of Atlanta. All the women got an African man.
Well, let's see what the listeners have to say. Good morning.
Houston,
now listen to this.
Paying for poom poom in order to date someone in another country.
You heard what she said?
I don't agree.
I hear that.
This
is Kevin from Little Rock, Arkansas. And absolutely not. I don't think that men should go and get women from overseas. I think men that think like that are just talking about it because they love control.
Hello, this is Sean Drew Banks. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. I don't necessarily agree with Paul's statement. I think that you should be with the person the Lord leads you to. However, I am married to an Indian woman, and what I'll say is ever since we started dating, to date, we've been together for we've been married for 21 years. I will say, since we started our relationship, I've never felt insecure. I've never felt like there was any infidelity in our relationship, our marriage, and there's just been a different dynamic to our relationship that I've had with her that I've never had with an American woman that I've dated.
Hi, this is Dr. Iana. I'm calling from
I know
South
they don't
Florida.
like him.
Yeah, because he started off. I thought he was going to try to, castigate men, but he's a man of faith. He said his wife was an Indian woman.
Yeah, and I know they don't like him.
I just think they got so much cognitive dissonance, man. They just don't fundamentally understand that it's crazy, Ronan. Look at the shows you've done, the shows I've done over the years, and many still don't get it. They just don't get it. You can give them the test, you can give them the answer to the test, and they still drooling. Ask you what the answers is. They still drooling, man, like some slow kid. Yeah. Ask me what the answers are, man. You gave them the answer to the test, man.
And I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
No, I say that's crazy, man. But Shout out the Ronin Travelers, man. Shout out to all you guys that's in the building, man. Go ahead.
No doubt, no doubt. All right, we got a few more minutes.
Really exhausted with the number of brothers who always
Listen to her.
lay their issues on black women rather than doing the work. Black men need
That's
to
projection.
step up and be more masculine, and then it would allow black women to be more feminine. Rather than doing the work and figuring out how to make things better, we always running away. Our men are always running to other women and blaming our black women. It's sickening. No, I don't believe black men need to continue to run away from their tribe. Black men do not.
What do you think about what this woman says about black men running away from their tribe? And you know, it's not one time she say anything about black women being better women and honoring their husbands and respecting their men.
Well, she don't want to take any responsibility. Look, responsibility is kryptonite in the black community. We hear that a lot.
It's kryptonite.
And look, it's not just women. It's men like that too.
It's men like that too. That's true.
Bruh, we don't like, but more so women. Boy, we hate responsibility. A guy could be driving with no driver license, hit 10 people. They say, you know, he's black. So we don't like responsibility. What that woman just said was, understand why a person would go overseas. Look, I always been a person, like I told you, a free thinker. If
same here, I am too.
I'm gonna analyze what happened. I'm not gonna look at it through race. I'm gonna look at it through facts. If race is included in it, then I'm gonna equate that. But I'm gonna look at everything through factuals. This is what it is. But for her to say that, I hate that many women do that in the United States. For you not to understand that you are more masculine and other women are more feminine is being disingenuous. Instead of saying, you know what, we are more masculine, we need to be more feminine.
Right. That's the first step. That's the first step. Right.
Let me tell you something, man. One thing I had to do with my own life is take responsibility.
Take responsibility.
Me and you had these discussions before, and I told you what I had to do with my life, man. When I was at my worst, I said, you know, I got me here. I need to get myself out of it. I took responsibility. I didn't blame any woman, no nothing for what the situation I was in, and I was able to fix it. But what we do, we're waiting on somebody to come fix it. So a woman will sit there and they're looking at why men are going overseas. What they're looking at, the women are stupid. Oh, they just stupid. Even though these women are educated, these women are beautiful. They're looking at it where they want to use you. Or who hurt you? You're only going over there because somebody hurt you.
Right. Or your mama black.
Your mama black. You hate yourself. You look at yourself. These are all things to keep you in bondage. These are things that people told you that and it's through history. Like people will tell black, you like watermelon. Watermelon is delicious. Take your stuff back. Fried chicken is delicious. Somebody tell me, blacks like fried chicken. I see white people eating fried chicken too, and it's magically delicious.
Delicious, right?
Yeah,
go to Chick-fil-A. If more white folks in Chick-fil-A, that's fried chicken.
Yeah, so you don't let people give you these dumb things. So when a person tell you, "Well, you only overseas with you," I say, "Have you seen a woman overseas?" That's what I tell Kesha. Now, have you been overseas? No, well, shut up. And you come overseas and see how you're treated. Like we got brothers all like even the brothers in the comments, some like the brother Ronin Travelers, he's in the Philippines. People all over. Like dudes are finding their happiness. And sometimes happiness is not women. Like sometimes it's just being away from the stuff in America, the stuff we grew up with. Like men are trying to find their happiness. So I don't listen to zesty dudes saying things. What do he know about dating black women? He dates black men. What do he know? He don't know what we go through at all. He's just saying what he's heard angry black women say. Heard he said, listen to everything he said. They're not walking out on their kids. Not what man walks out on their kids?
All negative tropes. It's false equivocation.
Answer me something right here. Answer me yes or no. Do you know any black men that walk away from their kids?
I don't know any. I don't know any.
We want our kids.
We want our kids. The ones I know. I don't know any.
So he's speaking from a bitter black woman perspective of why he picked the wrong black man because, look, that's about that same thing with that T-app.
He's talking about his daddy, man. He's projecting all the type of men that his mama dated, and he's equivocating to all black men. That's introjection that leads to negative projection. Introjection is an ego defense mechanism that's tied into identification and internalization, and then it flips into projection when they see anything that goes against how he's been processed. So that's an ego defense mechanism, man.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't make any sense. If anything, look, a person should always try to figure out why. So why they never say that, hey man, they're going overseas because the women treat them better, life treats them better. Why they gotta find the worst thing and say, well, they're going over there to take advantage of people, and the women don't want them, they just want their money. Why you gotta always say the worst thing? Why not say the other part? The real truth for anything is in the real answer. You should talk to the real people. You're talking to a person like me. I say, hey man, I was treated better. That's why.
I was treated better. Why? That's right.
I was treated. It's as simple as that.
Right.
And if she said, well, they only want you for your money, I say, well, what you want me for?
Right. They all want money.
All women in this
they all
life.
Want money.
My dad told me this when I was a little boy. The only animals in this world that get unconditional love is kids and dogs.
Kids and dogs. Yes, sir.
That's it. Yeah, that's real talk.
I totally agree. Hold tight. A few more minutes.
Need to continue to abandon black women. Absolutely not. I think they need to put in the work to become more masculine, and that would allow black women to be more feminine, and we can have a more harmonious community. So I'm very offended by it. No,
you
they
can't
need to
turn
work.
femininity
Where
on
you
and
at,
off.
ma'am?
Ricky.
Ma'am, where you at? I'm done the work. Done the work. Call back up here. I done the work.
Go and get it, dog.
Huh? Got a degree. I'm ready. Show sold out. I clean. Ain't nothing in the dishwasher.
You cook
right now. Cook.
And guys, it's folks like Ricky Smiley. Rolling step to the bathroom. We're gonna end this in a minute, guys. It's been a powerful show. But it's folks like Ricky Smiley that fundamentally don't understand how men think, and they put these crash test dummies in the forefront to talk about men issues remain around heteronormative masculinity. And many times it doesn't resonate. It don't resonate. It won't resonate because they don't fundamentally understand men, how men think, what men want, why men want what they want. If a man or woman don't look at themselves, they can never grow and change. Everybody got to look at themselves. Every person, every man and woman got to look at themselves. And see, here's the crazy thing about it. Most American men fundamentally have always been forced to look at ourselves. We've been forced to do it. And y'all know the thing about me on this show, I don't mind talking about incompetent men. But you'll never hear women that have mostly women's shows talking about male issues. And that's why I say, guys, y'all can have all the talks you want. You can go on talk shows talking about relationships, and we got to talk. This is a spiritual issue. It's a sociological issue. It's a mental health issue. And it's not going to change in our lifetime. Ronin, I'm proud of that, brother. You know, men create communities. Either a woman can be part of it or she can be left behind. She don't dictate anything. If you know your male sovereignty and understand the power you got as a man, you don't negotiate your power as a man, especially if you're in the right. I'm not talking about simple things, but I'm talking about things that are essential for the sustaining of the family. You don't compromise that power. You stand firm in your masculinity, and either she can get aboard or she can get off. But guess what? There's more women in the world than men. What's the male to female ratio in DR, Ronin?
I don't know, but I know they definitely got more women than they got men. Each city is different, but I know they got more women than they got men, which benefits us. Look, we do have passport privilege, and I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna run with it.
Talk about it. Talk about passport privilege briefly.
Well, think about it. Doesn't you heard what Paul Pierce talked about?
Mm-hmm.
About you have to, in America, you have to be a man that even has money to even date anything. He was right. Mm-hmm. Dude, if you have a regular job in the United States, not all women, but many in this social media area, they don't respect you, man. Like she might deal with you, might do everything, but she get in the argument with her. She will set you straight.
She will set you straight, right?
Yeah. Sosua outnumbers women or 80 to me. Yeah, that's in Sosua, definitely. And even in Santo Domingo and other places, I find that and this is what passport privilege comes into it. Like we're rich here. Like we're rich. Like a lot
totally
of us,
agree. Right.
Yeah, a lot of us in many countries, like one of my friends right now, he's in Africa and he makes so much money. Like he only went over there. He makes $3,000 a month, like off the internet. The average guy where he at, he think he's in Tanzania. These dudes don't make no $3,000 a month, U.S. money.
Right.
So that's what I mean by passport privilege.
I see. I got you. Right.
You have a huge thing. So, all right. So even if the woman do want you for your money, and
right.
And what? I mean, they all want you for your money.
They all want you for your money. Right.
Like I may be the wrong person to even, your brother just put that on, man. Thank you for putting that on. So so you have that many males, you got that many females. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, man. That's so it definitely is more females. Hold tight.
Yeah.
Huh? You want some greens? You want some black eyed peas and smoked turkey necks and some cornbread? Huh? Sit out by the pool, chill. Listen to foreign exchange. I ain't even playing Frankie Beverly all the time. I'm getting you foreign exchange. I'm getting you the jack specs. Music shit you ain't heard. The internet.
Come on, dog.
Where you at? Huh? I bite my fingernails, but I got a back scratcher I bought at the counter at Walgreens. Scratch your back. A little thing that pull out like an antenna. Yeah. What you want?
Like
got a nice bathtub that didn't bought the little thing off Amazon to make the tub bubble up.
All right, so that's Ricky Smiley. We're gonna end it in a minute, but before we end it, Ronin, what do you think about the conversation with Ricky Smiley around the thinking errors, the lack of accountability, and then overall, just the show itself, man? This has been a great show, man. You killed it, man. Yeah, this has been I think this stream probably got more than the other stream the other night, didn't it?
I don't know. On my end, man, we got on my end. I can see we got 4,000 people.
Right. This has been good. It's been real good.
No, but you know why? Because men want to hear male content.
They want to have male content, right?
They want to see all us men collaborate, and all of us in the travel space and in the manosphere. I tell Gets, man, we all are the same. Like we need to do this more often. And look, I know in our travel space, man, men have been longing for it because dudes in the travel space right now, they talking about dumb stuff. I can't speak on the manosphere space, but man, in our space, man, they're talking about some stuff that's just idiotic. I can't even watch stuff in the travel space right now. Like live streams or something like this where men are just talking about things that men are going through.
Right.
This is the answer. This is the key. So
this is the key, right?
Yeah, we need to all be making things like this, talk about what we're going through and what's the solution for it. So what I think about Ricky Smiley and them, they catering to a women audience, no more than a church would do. Like, look, you can go to any black church in America right now, and a man will stand up, a preacher, and he will get up and he'll chastise men right now.
I totally agree.
Nothing.
I totally agree. I've seen it.
Yeah, he will get up in the black space and he will chastise men. And he will tell these women, and I agree with my boy, save yourself, black man. I'm gonna tell you, I believe in that wholeheartedly. I believe we gotta save ourselves. At one time, I felt like it was my duty to save other people, but now I'm different. It's a new day. Like what her name? Nina Simone. It's a new day, a new dawn. It's definitely a new day. I gotta say, my people are like, I tell people this all the time. People sometimes get mad with me. My people are the ones that believe like me. Just because you got brown skin like me, that shit don't mean nothing to me.
It don't mean nothing to me. I totally agree.
That be the one.
I totally agree.
Ricky Smiley got our skin tone. These people, that zesty guy, Gary or whatever his name is, got our skin tone. Roland Martin got our skin tone. All these people, Umar Johnson got our skin tone.
Got our skin tone, right.
That don't mean we believe the same. Like, I'm for the betterment of men. And you know why I'm for the betterment of men? For the betterment of men will be the betterment of women and the kids.
I
If you
totally
believe
agree.
in any kind of look, I know some people are not Christian, but if you believe in any kind of spirituality,
You're telling the truth.
no, but I'm just saying, it's going to be God, the man, the woman, child
Child, right.
in multiple relationships. So in
Right.
multiple views of worship. So anybody that try to change that order is your enemy.
I totally agree.
Yeah, even in the animal kingdom, anything that tries to change that order is your enemy. So
Right.
no,
right.
I don't want a woman over me. So you trying to tell me I got to stay in the United States? I got to accept being subservient to a woman. I'm just
Right.
not that person.
I totally agree. Same here.
Hell no. Oh, hell
Same
no.
here, brother. I listen, brother. Before I submit to a woman's leadership and her telling me what to do with the man, you go and take me to the upper room because that ain't gonna ever happen. Not on my clock. It ain't gonna ever happen. I told him to put on my tomb. He came, he went, but he never surrendered. You can put that on my tombstone because that ain't that. I promise you that would never happen. It ain't gonna happen if a man tried, but that definitely ain't gonna happen if a woman tried, man. And that's why these conversations are so powerful. And these conversations, Ronin, about it's over. It really is over. There are a lot of things on the horizon, Ronin, that's shaping the landscape of America. AI is taking over. I saw a documentary last night. It was about 4 minutes, man. It was talking about how AI is evil, how the Antichrist is coming. It was deep, man. I wish I show it to you on the back end. But I don't see things changing, Ronin, in our lifetime, man. I don't see it. You and I do these shows. We can do the talking or whatever. It didn't happen change with Kevin Samuels. They laughed at him. It ain't changed with some of the things you talked about. It ain't changed years ago.
Hold on, think about this. I want
Right.
can you touch on, I want you to
Right.
finish after this, but think about it.
Mhm.
The world is so bad. They celebrated Kevin Samuels.
They
dying.
celebrated his death. Right.
Imagine
right.
if me and you got on here, and let's say, God forbid, Vivica A. Fox or somebody died, and we made a show
Made a show.
dedicated to her dying,
Right.
and saying the chickens came.
They would have
on
us
the roof.
canceled. They would have us canceled.
We would be
We'd
on
be
every
canceled.
channel. We'd be
Right.
on CNN. We would be on
Right.
everything. While that
Right.
man, Kevin Samuels, tried to help women. He actually tried to help them.
He did try to help them, but he didn't help them at the level they thought they should have been helped. Is it overall in less than 1 minute? I know you got to go. This has been a powerful show, man. And listen, you can use the stream for whatever you want to use. You can cut it, edit it, whatever. But is it over in your opinion, or do you see any hope for America in dating and relationships before we go?
Before I'm anything, I'm an American, so I'm gonna wish my country well. I hope that our people wake up, and I'm telling you, all of us in America, all of us from America. I hope, but I think, like you said, it's going to take something catastrophic. I don't know if aliens gonna have to invade. COVID almost done it. I don't know what it's going to take.
Right,
but
right.
It might be Trump. Trump might be worse than anything for them.
Right. I think it's going to be the rapture, man. I think, and if folks believe in the rapture, I think it's going to be the rapture. I think it's the rapture.
Wait. I want to stay on that point with even
Right.
Trump,
Right.
I do support many things he's doing. Some things I don't, but I support many. So, do you think, brother, say that apocalypse?
Apocalypse, right?
Trump might be the apocalypse to some people. He's cutting off some things, and he could be like, it ain't never like we just said, 300,000 people lost their job. We got automation. A lot of these things can run concurrent. Can that happen? But look, here's the bigger question: are men willing to go back to it now? And I don't think so.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think your content, my content.
Yeah.
Like they have been conditioning men for years. Don't you know there are men? I've had clients say they come into red pill spaces.
Yeah.
Clients have told me, they come into red pill space, and they have some of our talking points, man. Even the red pill adjacent men, because they realize the writing is on the wall, man, and they realize it's over. But anyway, before you go, man, great show, man. Any final and closing comments, bro? I really appreciate this, man. This was a great show, man. You might get into 8s and 10s on this one, brother. This was a good one, brother. But any closing comments, brother?
I just want to tell all the men who support us, man, who support me, man. Look, man, you guys, man. Look, let me answer this, brother. I'm working on that now. See, look, this is another part of the game. I was waiting on, and what he's talking about, I made a video on my members showing people how to make AI music.
Right.
And I need to send that to you, man. And,
okay, yeah, please do. Please do.
This is excellent. Show people how to make other money to get off the plantation. Brother, I'm almost finished with the second version and the third version, and I'm gonna show cats how to get a distributor for music. That's other things, but boy, I'm trying to help as many men as I can get off the plantation. That's my job. And like I told you the other day, man, I thought about stopping. I said, man, I'm good. I got enough money. I'm happy. I'm straight. And I'm like, I can ride off in the sunset. I'm saved, brother. Brother, you ain't going nowhere. But I met with the brothers, and they told me I got so many story times I haven't told yet, and it's like so many things. So I say I'll stick around a little bit longer and do that because the brothers love. But what I would tell people, man, is this, man. I love you guys, man. Like, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm just a blue collar cat, man, New Orleans, and you guys saw me and you guys rode with me. And like, if that don't mean nothing, nobody else, that means something heavy to me. I'm going to always fight for men, especially ones look like me. But all men, but especially ones look like me, man. I'm gonna fight for you as much as I can.
Hey, respect.
And that's a respect thing, man. And I only deal with real cats. You know how many cats reach out to me, say, hey man, let's do collaborations. I look at their subject, I don't rock with them.
Right.
Any man who's a real one, I'm always gonna be there on their channel supporting.
No doubt. And let me tell you something, guys. This brother's a real one, man. Genuine. I've never sensed no pretentiousness about him. I mean, what you see on screen is who he is in real life. He's a country gentleman like myself. We're both country boys, and I got he's from the Bayou, man. I'm from the flat plains of the Kesha River, man. Yeah. And I ain't got nothing but love and respect for the brother, man. Funny dude, man. And listen, don't be surprised, Ronin, man. I might come down to Santiago and do some shows with you, man. I might, because I need a break, man. I've been through a lot of trauma this year, man. I said, I might need to slide on down there to Santiago. But we're going to have to be praying that gospel here under the blood, man. So I'm going to have to make sure I'm prayed up and I'm near you. And you got me in a confinement room or something. But anyway, man, always a pleasure, man. Love you, man. Right, love and blessings, man. I'll see you soon, man. Take care, brother.
All right, man. Shout out to all you guys, man. We out.
All right, man. Shout out to brother Ronin, guys. We got to end this stream, man. Ronin killed the game. This was a good show, guys. 4 hours in. Shout out to all Ronin's people. And guys, we're going to end this stream, guys. Y'all take care of yourself. And guys, love yourself. Remember the power that you have. And she has no power but the power that you give her. Be well.
It's been an honor serving with you all. Autobots, roll out. We roll. Nanobots, transform.
When men fail to lead, the children rebel and the women take over.
I've been there, locked up inside my head, broken from fear, illusions, disappointment, and hopelessness. Who heard me in my solace, where being a man means nothing? Despair, I've been there too, desperately seeking answers for the questions associated with manhood, hills and valleys, too bleak to compare. Stress, suffering in a utility silo, no comfort, no security, no freedom, no justice, just do it for others. Challenges, who will help me break the challenges? Lost in the vortex of darkness, hopelessness, fear and abandonment. I've been there too. I've been there too. Take the next step to your destiny. Join me in this fight. Walk forward Deep breaths, head held high, men. Come join me, men, in the winds of time. Stories, hopes, visions, purified in the fire. I'm not a superhero, and I'm not the Reverend Knight. I'm here to help you. Join me then in this fight. Break the chains of your mind. Let's do it now. For now is all we have. Fire for your mind. The kosher clinician.